Jack, do you want to open up with a couple of comments about what we're seeing on the screen?
I will. So Jonathan, we're open now to on YouTube?
Correct, yes.
Great. Yes, thank you, Harry. I did want to just share a couple of minutes on what you're looking at here on the screen, which are photographs of this year's what we call virtuosos. So we've got some newer board members, and I'm not sure I've fully explained this program, but all businesses that really are focused on developing their workforces spend a lot of time thinking about employee engagement and how to get that stronger and stronger in an organization. And I'm going to share with you, our board at the October offsite, our engagement results from our survey done earlier this year. But we've done some real statistical analysis on that engagement data and find there's one question in particular that's asked that affects engagement more than all others. And that's the simple question to employees: do you feel valued? Do you feel valued in the workplace? And we recently did a town hall meeting with staff, and we asked, when I went through the results to that questions, we asked staff, well, what does that mean to you to feel valued? Time and time again, employees answered in our question period, being recognized for what I do. Someone paying attention to what I do, talking about what I do in the organization. So CalSTRS for years now has had what we call the Virtuosity program. It's a layered program. It isn't just all about what you're seeing on the screen by any means. It provides all of us in the organization, not just managers, the opportunity to take a phone, to take our website and instantly give recognition to an employee through various means. But each year we have a process for recognizing those that are most exemplary of our behaviors, of our core values. And these are the individuals you're looking at this year that we recognize. I described them earlier in the CEO report to you, but I wanted you to see them and just appreciate just how spectacular the contributions have been from this group of individuals. And we will be honoring them all year. Normally we would be in the building and get to see them on photographs in the building, but we'll be using obviously virtual means to give that recognition. And I wanted you to see them too, not just read paragraphs of language about their accomplishments, but to really appreciate the diversity of the group and their contributions to CalSTRS. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much, and congratulations to this year's recipients. It's a terrific program, and applaud you, Jack, and the team for instituting this years ago, and it's always great to see the recipients each year. So congratulations to each one of them. Which brings us, let's start our official business for the day. Before we ask for an approval, before we take the roll, I would like to mention that for public comments, there will be 10 minutes for public comments on each item after the staff or consultant report, with the exception of item 2, where there are 3 sections to item 2. So it's 2A, 2B, and 2C. For that item, we will allocate 20 minutes for public comments. With that, I'd ask the staff to take the roll, please.
Good morning. So
Good
Ms.
morning.
Hendricks? Ms. Hendricks?
Here.
Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Higa?
Here.
Mr. Prezant?
Here.
Great. Ms. Erdan?
Here.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Here.
Let's see. You'll have to excuse me. Okay, yes. Ms. Miller for the Director of Finance.
Here.
And let's see. Mr. Ruffino for the State Treasurer. Or who is for the State Treasurer today? Mr. Ruffino?
He might be frozen up there on
Looks
the
like
screen.
he's frozen. Yeah.
Okay.
But he
I
is
believe
here.
So.
But
He
he's
is here. So, all right. Mr. Yamanaka for the Superintendent of Public Instruction. And I see he's here also.
Here.
And then Controller Yi.
Here. Thank you.
Okay. So Chairperson Keeley, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Rosalind. It's nice to see you this morning. Thank you for taking the roll and the minutes for this meeting. Item 1 is the approval of the agenda. I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Without objection or amendments, the agenda for today has been approved. Which brings us directly to item 2, which is the actuarial items. This is David Lamoureux, Rick Reed, and Nick Collier, Mark Alleman from Milliman. These actuarial items directly impact our retirees, the members of our system. We have 80 minutes allocated for this item, 20 minutes of which is for public comments. So I would ask that Rick and the team, David, why don't you present? We're going to go through we'll go through 2A, B, and C all together. We'll hear from public comments and then we'll take action. David, I'll turn it over to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everyone. So as Harry mentioned, we have 3 items in front of you. The first 2 are with what we call our inflation protection program, the supplemental benefit maintenance account that we, just to make it easier, we call it SBMA. So you'll see those 4 letters everywhere on the item. So the first 2 items are with respect to SBMA. The third item we're going to talk about is our lump sum death benefit. And what's unique about those 2 benefits, if you look at our benefit package, everything is set by the legislature. But when it comes to SBMA and the lump sum death benefit, the rules around the benefits are set by the legislature, but the board was given some authority with respect to the levels of those benefits. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So we will first start with the what you can view it as the SBMA actual valuation. We call it the funding sufficiency projection. This is something we do every 2 years. So for this, I'm going to have Nick and Mark from Milliman to present the results of the SBMA projection. Nick and Mark, take it over.
Let's try that unmuted. Good morning, board members. Thank you, David. As David said, we're going to first look at the projection of the funding sufficiency for the Supplemental Benefit Maintenance Account Program, which, as David said, provides the purchasing power benefit payments. And then David's going to talk about the various potential changes and the options for the SBMA program. Note that our analysis is based on the latest completed valuation, which is as of June 30, 2019. Obviously, a lot has changed since then, but we don't see anything that would materially affect the results that we were presenting today. Can we move to slide 2? Thank you. So on this slide, we see a comparison of the obligations and resources of the SBMA program. The current SBMA assets, as represented by the orange bar, are about $17 billion. The present value of purchasing power benefits for current members is represented by the blue bar and is about $15 billion. So this provides a small expected surplus, if you can call it $2 billion small. Then next we combine the current assets with projected future state contributions, which are effectively about 2.5% of payroll. And you can see that is represented by the gray bar. This results in a projected excess resources of about $11 billion. Kind of the bottom line here is that there's a fairly significant projected surplus, but it relies to a large extent on contributions to be made in the future. So this graph presents the SBMA program in a somewhat similar fashion to the way we look at the funded status in the DB program valuation. However, as defined in the Education Code, the test for determining any adjustments to the purchasing power level is not a traditional valuation, but a projection of the future asset. Under this projection, we also include projected purchasing power benefits and the associated contributions for members who are not currently members, but are projected to join in the future. The second difference between a traditional valuation is that unlike the DB program valuation, where we target assets equal to value of accrued benefits, the sufficiency projection just asks the question, is the SBMA projected to still have money by 2089, or is it not? And that year 2089 is specified in law. So if the SBMA is projected to have money, then the SBMA funding is deemed to be sufficient at the given purchasing power level. So just the comparison is this test is a lower sort of funding threshold than a traditional valuation. So moving to the next slide.
Actually, just before we move to the next slide, I just wanted to point out just one thing, just to make sure everyone is fully aware that for this program, only the state contributes to the funding of this program. There are no contributions from members and no contributions from employers as well. So only the state. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the key finding of this analysis is that the purchasing power level should be maintained at the current 85% level, as the SBMA, along with future contributions, are projected to be sufficient to pay all purchasing power benefits through the year 2089. Of course, this assumes all assumptions are met, including inflation of 2.75% per year. As you know, each fall, your actuarial staff discusses with you the risk to the DB program, with the biggest risk usually being characterized as future returns. In contrast, future returns are not a significant risk for the SBMA program. Inflation is a factor most likely to be a risk to the program's future funded status. This is because for the SBMA, the annual return is set equal to the DB program return assumption. So the SBMA is not subject to the same year-to-year variance on the asset side. However, the same stability is not necessarily present on the benefit side. Historically, purchasing power benefits have varied considerably, primarily due to inflation. Just to give you an example, inflation averaged 3.5% over the 2 years ending June 30th, 2019. This translated into purchasing power benefits increasing by about 30% over the last 2 years. Given this leveraged nature of the calculation of purchasing power benefits, this type of variance is likely to continue in the future on the benefit side, both upward and downward. So to provide some idea of the sensitivity to future experience, we modeled various inflation scenarios as shown in this chart. As you can see, it would take inflation of approximately 3.5% per year to cause the SBA to run out of money prior to 2089. Remember, this is based on purchasing power level remaining at 85%. If in the future the SBMA is no longer projected to be sufficient at the 85% purchasing power level can be lowered below 85% before the SBMA runs into significant funding issues. This would extend the projected period of sufficiency, obviously would result in lower SBMA benefits for the employers. So there is some flexibility there. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark, see if he has any comments on this slide before we move on.
Yeah, good morning and thank you, Nick. My one thought on this slide is that, as Nick said first, inflation is the biggest risk to the SBMA fund. The other is that sometimes it seems like it's the event we don't expect, which is the one we end up needing to be prepared for. We think that the inflation assumption of 2 3/4 is more reasonable than the higher numbers we see here. And yet in the last 2 years, inflation increases of 3.9, 3.1%. So they actually averaged at 3.5%. Again, we think 2.75 is more reasonable, but we need to be ready for different things. So moving on to slide 4. We have just a couple more ways for you to look at it here. First, you might ask, what is the highest purchasing power that could be supported if the legislature wanted to change the laws? Right now, it can't go above 85%. But theoretically, currently, the SBMA could support a purchasing power of 92%. That means through 2089, as Nick said. I want to point something out about that. That means there's a 50% chance that would be enough. It also means that there'd be a 50% chance that it would not be enough. So we kind of want to look at that. We want to have some security in there. Now, if you were to ask, well, what's the probability that we could maintain an 85% purchasing power level through 2089? That would be 68%, or about 2/3. So we think those are good reasons to support staff's recommendation. Consistent with the board's policy, staff is recommending, and we agree, to maintain the purchasing power protected by the SBMA at 85%. And if you have any questions, are we taking questions now, David, or waiting for those till later?
We're taking questions at the end.
At the end, all right, very good.
Perfect. Thank you, Mark and Nick. The only thing I'll add here is so every year we get the inflation information from California, from the Department of Finance. I just wanted, Mark and Nick have talked about the higher inflation levels we saw in both 17-18 and 18-19. Inflation actually was reported to be 1.4% in California for 19-20. That information was released by the Department of Finance in late August. So that is below our assumption, which will, if you want, improve the sufficiency of the program a little bit more than what you've seen today in the results. So the next item we're going to talk about So if you look at the statute around SBMA, every 2 years we are required to evaluate the sufficiency of the SBMA program to provide inflation protection. The law actually allows the board to set the level anywhere between 80 and 85. So the first thing we do is we do a sufficiency projection to see, can we support 85? As Mark mentioned, if the answer was no, we could only support 83. Our recommendation to you would likely be, let's lower the protection level to 83. As we've shown you, we have excess resources, which is why the recommendation is to maintain the level at 85%. We've been at that level since 2009, so now we are asking that we maintain it at 85. But the statute also says, if as part of this process, we identify that there are excess resources, which we did, the law now requires the board to provide options to the legislature on how to use these excess resources. And it has to be for the sole purpose of providing increased benefits to our members. When you read the law, it cannot be used to help, for example, the state to pay less in this program. The law is pretty clear. It has to be solely for the benefit of members. So this is the next item that we have for you. Can you go to the next slide, please? So we're going to be talking about those SBMA options. And as part of this item, what we wanted to do, when we presented our experience study to the board last January, we had a request to come back to the board to provide some information about the state of our current retirees, especially our older retirees, those that are most in need of potentially financial assistance. So we've included some of that information in the written material, and what I wanted to do this morning is to show you graphically some of the information. Jonathan, can you go to the next slide, please? So when it comes to retirement benefits, so what you see here are several colors, but I want you, so what we've done and what you're going to see through the rest of the presentation, what we have tried to do is to help you see how retirees from various decades fare today and the various types of benefits that they've received. So all of the slides that you're going to see today focus on members who retired in the 70s, in the 1980s, and in the 1990s as well. And when it comes to the 1990s, we have only included those who retired prior to 1999. And the reason why we did that, there were certain benefit enhancements that were provided to active members back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And generally, those who retired before 1999 did not benefit from any of those higher benefits, which is why we are focusing on only those who retired before 99. So what you can see here, several colors, but it sort of gives you, you can see in a picture all the various types of benefits that members receive in order to help them in their retirement cope with inflation. So the bar at the bottom, the benefit at retirement, is what we call the base retirement benefit. This is when someone retires, this is the benefit that is calculated based on the rules set in statute, where basically three main factors come into play. You have the age at retirement, which determines which benefit factor to use. You have the years of service, and you have the final compensation. So those three factors together determine what the base retirement benefit is. So you can see in the 1970s, of those still alive today, the average base benefit at retirement was about $500. In the 80s, it was about $1,250. And in the 90s, just over $2,000. You can kind of see how it has changed over time. So this is where inflation protection is key, because if these retirees in the 70s did not receive any kind of inflation protection, you can kind of see how their benefit would be extremely low today. So the first layer of protection that we provide to our members is what we call the 2% improvement factors. It's a benefit adjustment that is provided every single year. It is not dependent on inflation. If inflation is 1, they get 2. If inflation is 3, they still get 2. But the key to understand here also is it's what we call a simple increase. It does not compound. So if someone receives a benefit at retirement of $1,000, their benefit adjustment, the improvement factor, will be 2% of 1,000, which is $20, which means every year they're going to receive a $20 increase. It does not compound. So that's the red. Now the one, especially if you look on the left-hand side, for those retired in the 70s, you can see how SBMA is a significant part of someone's benefit, especially for those who retired in the 70s. SBMA for those who retired in the 70s, that's the yellow bar, represents the largest portion. In fact, for those who retired in the 70s, SBMA represents about half of their benefits, which makes sense because if you look, those retirees are the ones who went through the very high inflation period of the late 70s and early 80s. You also have 2 other colors at the top of the chart that call the ad hoc COLA and the minimum guarantee. Those are benefits that were passed by the California legislature in the late 90s, early 2000. The ad hoc was it was based on the year of retirement. It provided a one-time permanent increase. And the minimum guarantee was a benefit that was passed that ensured that members with a minimum years of service, so you needed to have at least 20 years of service to qualify for this benefit. So all it did is to make sure that you had at least a minimum amount of benefit from CalSTRS. If you were below this amount and you had the enough years of service, then you were paid a minimum guarantee benefit to bring you to this level. But looking at this, you can kind of see those who retired in the 70s right now are receiving on average about $2,200 a month from CalSTRS. Those who retired in the 1980s, it's close to $2,700. And those who retired in the 90s, it's about $3,250. So you can get a picture of what they're receiving. But the most significant message from this I want you to take is the importance of our SBMA program. It really, especially for those who were affected by the high inflation period of the 70s and the 80s, you can see that without the SBMA, they would be really struggling today. Next slide, please. Next thing we want to show you is how, if you want successful, the various programs that we have at CalSTRS to provide inflation protection, how well they have performed. So when someone retires, there's a term we like to use that we call the replacement ratio. So let's say I'm about to retire and my salary is $4,000 a month. And through the retirement calculation, I'm about to receive a $2,000 a month benefit. We call this a 50% replacement ratio. My benefit is 50% of my salary or my final compensation. So what we want to show you here is what it was at retirement for those individuals versus what it is today. And what we did to perform this calculation is we took the final compensation at retirement. We increased it with the same inflation measure that we use for inflation protection programs, so California inflation, and we redid the calculation. We compared the benefit received today to that inflation-adjusted final compensation. What's interesting is you can kind of see for those who retire in the 70s, our programs are doing a very good job. Most members will receive about 36% of their final compensation at retirement, and today it's about 33%, not a significant reduction. And if you look at those in the 1980s and the 1990s, again, the purchasing power has been maintained very well. So, that's a combination of SBMA and also the ad hoc COLA and the minimum guarantee that were paid. So that's the first thing I want you to see. The other thing that I want you to pay attention, you're probably wondering why the number is so low for those in the 70s. We're talking about 50% at retirement, roughly, for those who retired in the 90s, versus 36% for those who retired in the 70s. This is a little bit a byproduct, if you want, of how much time has elapsed since retirement. If you look historically at CalSTRS, members, it's been pretty consistent over the years. Members have tended to retire on average in the around somewhere between 60 to 62 years old, and always had around 25, 26 years of service. When we look at those still alive today who retired in the 70s, because we're talking about a time period that's 40 or 50 years ago, unfortunately, a large portion of those members have already left us. So those who are still alive today tended to have a much younger retirement age with less years of service. And in fact, if you're interested to see, it is on TRB 20, you can see a comparison of the average age at retirement and the years of service for those still alive today. And that's the key here. We wanted you to see a picture of our current membership, those still receiving a benefit. And as shown on TRB 20, you can kind of see that the average age at retirement for someone who's still alive, who retired in the 70s, is 57, compared to age 60 in 1990. And anyone retiring before age 60 is always going to have a lower retirement benefit, a lower replacement ratio, because of the way of the benefit is structured by law. Someone who retired at age 60 back then would get a factor that's 2% per year of service. So if you work 25 years, you retire at age 60, 2% times 25 is 50%. You would get 50% of your final compensation. At age 57, the factor was about 1.4. So and those members had about 21 years of service. So you can kind of see how that's why their replacement ratio is around 36%. So
David, just as a time check,
yeah,
you're 20 minutes into the presentation.
Yes,
so,
thank you, Henry.
Let's try to keep it high level and as simple as possible. There's a lot of information you're presenting to us. Thank you very much.
Good. And with this, now all we wanted to do was to go over the three options that we have included in the letter. Can you go to the next slide, please? So as we've done in the past, so the board, we are required, as required by statute, provide options to the legislature on what could be done with the excess resources in the SBMA program. So we have included what I would call three flavors of options in the agenda item. Option one is, again, so this is also to satisfy a requirement set in statute. When we provide options to the legislature for consideration, one of those options has to be for current retirees who retired prior to 1999. So option one meets this requirement. And the way we have designed it, it would be and again, view it as a flavor. Those percentages could always be changed if there was desire from the legislature to do something. What we've done is provided a 15% increase to those who retired in the 1970s, 10% to those who retired in the 80s, and 5% to those who retired in the 90s. Next slide, please. Option two would be simply raising the protection level to 86, 87, 88, 89, or 90%. Those are the five options we provided. The key here is this would apply to all current retirees and all future retirees as well. Next slide, please. And the third option that we have included, this is something that was discussed a little bit with the board 2 years ago, and we've had more discussion with some of our stakeholders the last few months. This would be an option where members who have been retired for longer periods would be rewarded with a greater protection. So in this case, the example we've looked at is it would be based on the age of the retiree. So once the retiree turns age 90, the power would go up to 90%. And once they hit age 100, the power would go to 100%. And this, even if the member had passed away, this would apply to the beneficiary as well, but it would be based on the age of the member. So those are the three options that we included in the item. Now, what we wanted to show you to better understand, to better see the impact, over the next three slides, we're going to show you how these three options would impact what will be the cost. We're going to show you how it's going to impact the probability of sufficiency that Mark and Nick talked about. Remember, we said that currently the program has a 68% chance of being able to maintain 85% purchasing power. So you'll see under each of these options how that probability will be impacted. And lastly, what I think is one of the most important slides, if we're worried, if the intent is to try to help our older retirees most in need of assistance, the last slide is going to show you how each of these options will impact benefit levels for our members. Next slide, please. So when it comes to cost, what you're going to see for the next 3 slides are 3, if you want, shades of colors. The blue on the left is option 1. This is the one that would provide an increase only to those who retired before 1999. Option 3 in yellow on the right-hand side, that's the option that rewards members who have been retired the longest, right now based on age. And the different shades of gray in the middle, those are the various percentages for option 2. And as you can see, we're talking about billions of dollars here. So if you see the scale on the left, from 1 to 14, those are billions of dollars. Option 1 is the only one that comes in at a little bit less than $1 billion. Everything else is at least $2 billion. So you can see from a cost perspective, option 1 and option 3, most appealing. Option 2, mostly because it applies to all retirees, that is why it's more expensive. You can kind of see going to 90% cost in excess of $12 billion. Next slide, please. Now, if we're worried about the long-term financial viability of the system, now we want to look here at the highest possible bars. So what you're seeing here is the probability of sufficiency. So we told you earlier that 68% was our current probability at 85%. So if you look on the left-hand side, option 1, it has almost no impact on that number. It still rounds to 68%. And next, you've got option 3 again on the right-hand side, and option 2 at 86% is pretty close, but you can kind of see, you're seeing a pattern here. Option 1 and option 3 tend to have lowest cost, lowest impact on the financial viability of the program long term. And let's go to the last slide, please. Now, this is the one where, once again, if the goal is to help older retirees the most, I think when you look at this, it speaks for itself. Again, you've got the 3 decades. And what you're seeing here is the average increase in monthly retirement benefits from each of these options for the various groups. And you can see clearly that, especially for option 1, really benefits the older retirees, those who retired in the 70s and the 80s. And what's also important to see here is if there was if you look at option 2 actually benefits the more recent retirees the most. So that's another thing to keep in mind. So when you look at this, option 1 clearly has the most impact to our older retirees. So that will bring us to, in the end, when you have to vote, the recommendation for this item. So keep in mind that the requirement by statute is simply for you to submit a letter to the legislature with options. You are not required to take a position on those options. What we are recommending is if the board wants to take a position and recommend one of those options to the legislature for consideration, we are recommending that it be option 1. Because clearly, if the goal is to help the older retirees most in need of assistance, this slide speaks for itself. The one last thing I would like you to be aware, and that will be the last thing I will say on the SBMA before we move to the next item, we refer to it in the agenda item about a potential conflict with a provision that was added in statute by what is called PEPRA, the Public Employee Pensions Reform Act of 2013. At the time when Governor Brown and the legislature adopted PEPRA, a provision was added in PEPRA that no longer allows increases in benefits that are what are called retroactive, that apply to past service. This could be viewed as a retroactive increase and could be in conflict with PEPRA. So that will be something to consider it's just something to be aware. So with this, the last thing that we wanted to talk about today is the third item. It's the lump sum death benefit that is offered to both our active members and our retired members. So this is a benefit that we review annually. The board, by law, has the ability to increase this benefit based on California inflation. So on TRB 36, you can see a history of how that benefit has changed. The benefit was when the benefit was changed to $5,000 in 1992. This is when the board was given the authority to adjust the benefit based on California inflation. And you can see on TRB 36 how that benefit has changed over time. The last time a change was made was in 2018. At the time, the board made the decision to increase the benefit to $6,372 for, as you can see on page 36, we have two lump sum death benefit. The one that's paid to all retired members is the one in the middle column. It's $6,372. And for active members, if those who are in coverage B, they get 4 times that amount, which is $25,488. So that last increase was given in 2018. Today we are presenting, we have included attached to this item the cost of increasing the benefit. And what we have included, and you can see this information on TRB 37, we have included information for 3 increases. The first one was to give you an idea of if that benefit had always kept with California inflation, where would we need to increase it to today to bring it back with full inflation protection, if you want. That benefit would have to increase to $9,579 today. And if the board were to do this, it would come at a cost. It would increase the actual obligation by $464 million. And what we've also shown in the table on page 37 is what the cost would be over time. And through 2046, the end of our funding plan, as you can see in this case, about just a little bit less than 0.1% of payroll. The last thing I want to point out with this is a benefit that is funded. The way our funding plan works, this is a benefit type that has always fallen under what we call the responsibility of the state. So these increases you see here would be factored in the future in future state contribution rates. We've also shown in the table there a 1% increase. This one is more so that it will help you. If someone wanted to know what's the cost of 5% or 10%, you can just take these numbers and multiply them. So that's why we normally show the 1%. It makes it easy to see the impact of other numbers. And finally, the last one we show is based on the inflation in 2019. So this is calendar year 2019. California inflation was 2.8% in calendar year 2019. So we've shown you here what the benefit would increase to $6,550 or $26,200 for active members in coverage B. And that would have a cost of $26 million, which would result in an increase in cost through 2046 of about 0.005% of payroll. Now, our recommendation at this time, taking into account the current climate of the economy, the state budget that was just passed in 2020, and the uncertainty around the whole COVID-19 situation, we are recommending that the board keeps the lump sum death benefit at the existing levels. And with this, I'm done with our presentation.
Thank you, David. A lot of information to process, 3 big issues. There's a resolution on TRB 16, which deals with maintaining the purchasing power at 85%. Recommendation on TRB 24 for 2, which is 2B, which is really writing a letter to the legislature. They have the ultimate authority whether or not to choose one of the options. And ours would be to lean towards option 1, which would provide additional and much needed relief and assistance to teachers who retired in the 70s without compromising the solvency of the fund. And then finally, TRB 37 for 2C, the death benefit. So a lot of information. Before the board gets into discussion, I think we have some members of the public that would like to speak. And as we're transitioning to that, I'd like to welcome Jennifer Erden, and I neglected to welcome her at the beginning of the meeting. The administration could not have appointed a finer person of the public to serve on our board. Welcome, Jennifer. With that, we'll hear from the public.
Okay. Our first caller for item 2A will be Derek. Derek, go ahead.
Good morning. Hi, good morning, Chair and members. This is Derek Lennox with the Association of California School Administrators. Thanks for the time to make a brief statement. Our AXA members care deeply about these two items, the SBMA and the one-time death benefit. And the thing I've learned from working with our great members is that the focus is always around equity and the quality of life for our retired members. So with that, I actually just want to focus on SBMA today, although the death benefit is an important conversation, and make, excuse me, and make two comments. The first is a thank you to David, the actuarial team, and Diane for the exceptional outreach to stakeholders. Given the importance of this item and the complexity of it, we really appreciate the way that you've broken down a really nuanced issue full of numbers in a way that general members of the public and myself can understand and digest and help do advocacy around. So thank you. And then the second comment that I have is simply to say that at this time, AXA as a statewide organization has no position with respect to the board's recommendation to the legislature on the SBMA, but we definitely want you to hear from our wonderful and engaged members who will be calling in and have provided written comments around this issue, and we appreciate your consideration of their comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes the comments for item 2A.
We're going to continue with all of the public comments, Samantha. So if we could hear from all members of the public that have dialed in to speak to 2A, 2B, or 2C. Thank you.
Okay, great. Our next caller is for item 2B. Jennifer. Jennifer, go ahead.
Thank you so much. This is Jennifer Baker with the California Retired Teachers Association. I'd like to echo the appreciation that was expressed earlier for the phenomenal job that staff has done to really help members of the public to understand the complexity of this issue. So that said, what I did want to know is that CalRTA has two options that we'd like to recommend, and we do need to note that we did put these options together prior to seeing all of the different options that CalSTRS staff recommended, and so the recommendations that CalSTRS staff have are in line with your fiduciary options. So certainly any decision you make is going to be the right decision fiduciarily. That said, we do believe that it would be very positive and fruitful to have a change in the index and also moving up to 87.5% purchasing power protection. We do believe that the current index doesn't fully reflect the costs faced by seniors for medicines and other healthcare expenses, as well as other costs related to aging. The federal government has a federal index for cost of living changes affecting the elderly in California, and we believe the state of California should have our own index for the cost of living changes affecting the elderly. No such index exists at this time, and so we do recommend that some of the SBMA funds be used to develop and maintain such an index. We do recognize it's not an immediate action, but would like to encourage the development of a thought process about what the elderly truly need in their retirement years. And again, thank you for the time and effort that you've spent on this, and we look forward to a productive outcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We're going to go back to item 2A. So our next caller is Orville. Orville, go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Go ahead now.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, this is Orville Garrison of CTA NEA Retired and addressing the issue of the SBMA Option 1. Having had recent conversations with David and Jack in the middle of last month, we've come to believe and see that the Option 1 opportunity to enhance SBMA is probably the best option to go with, based on its cost effectiveness, based on the fact that it's addressing an equity and inequity that was largely based on the luck or lack of luck of when you happen to have retired, and that it also helps older retirees the most. And so with that input and with that opinion, I would like to state that CTA NEA Retired leans toward Option 1 and hopes that the board will take a positive position recommending Option 1 to the state. Thank you very much.
Our next caller will be Gail. Gail, go ahead for item 2C.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking about the one-time death benefit, and I do want to thank the great presentation that you have made so far, and also to echo CalRTA's position on the other agenda item. So over the years, purchasing power of the one-time death benefit has unfortunately been battered by inflation, and the inaction of the CalSTRS board to adjust this benefit has been, I would like to use the word disappointing. And yes, the Ed Code says that you may adjust this, but what is the right thing to do by our educators? This vested benefit should and needs to be adjusted periodically. And I'm just trying to convince you that it needs to be adjusted right now, because funeral costs, and I did quite a bit of research on this, and the average traditional funeral cost are approximately $7,000 to $12,000, which does exceed the $6,372 current benefit paid. Additionally, I researched end-of-life medical costs, and there's I sent you an email about this, the National Bureau of Economic Research, et cetera, but the average out-of-pocket expenses are about $11,000 to $20,000 to $21,000, and this could deplete a family's savings and threaten their financial security. So although I would like to ask you to grant the 2.8%, costing $26 million, or about 0.005% in the one-time benefit, yet if that is too much, please at least grant a 1%, which is merely $11 million, or 0.002%. And for those of you who want to wait, please, you're needlessly hurting our members. The good to be gained far exceeds the cost of increasing this one-time death benefit. It's the right thing to do for our educators, and our educators are the reason CalSTRS exists. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes the public comments for item 2.
Thank you, Samantha, and thank you to the members of the public representing AXA, CalRTA, CTA NEA Retired, and I believe a former teacher, Gail, who called in. But AXA, CalRTA, CTA NEA Retired represents the vast majority of our members, and they were calling in on behalf of those organizations and the members that they serve. Always good to hear from our members directly. So with that, why don't we open it up for questions and discussions from members of the committee? And we can start with, why don't we start with 2, go through each one. 2A is the first item. Controller Yee, Betty?
Thank you, Harry. I'm going to defer my comments on 2B.
Okay. Anybody have comments on 2A, which is the maintenance of the 85% purchasing power? I don't see any hands for 2A. So Betty, we'll go right back to you for 2B.
Okay, great. Thank you, Harry. And
You're welcome.
Thank you to David and the team for the presentation. I always look forward to this presentation when it comes before the board. And I know that it comes to us about every 2 years, and then the recommendations that are presented in terms of the options for the legislature. And I guess I wanted to know, because I don't know that I've kept track, but what happens after these options actually get to the legislature? I mean, do they ever get discussed, and the likelihood of any action to be taken? Obviously, they are looking at it within a broader context of other priorities, but just wanted to see if we could get a sense of, particularly when we have a recommendation on one of these options, what the likelihood of it actually getting acted upon is.
That's a good question. All I can say is for the last few years, after we've submitted our letter, I don't recall seeing any action taken. I think if some of our stakeholders help push the issue, I think that would probably help in the discussion happening. But nothing took place the last few years.
I'm wondering, David, because it may be just that when they see the options, it gets conflated with kind of larger fund issues, and whether there might be an opportunity for a more discrete discussion or attention focus on the SBMA, because this is, and also the purpose for which it serves, which I think is something that may be lost on the legislature with respect to its benefits for our members, especially our retirees.
Yeah, let me jump in, David. I think depending upon how we finish this conversation, if you feel this is just what you said, Controller, if you feel this is a better time to create that space around this discussion, then we would work with the stakeholders to create more momentum of a discussion over there. But I think there's 2 points that have given it pause. One is the general economic framework. The other is just the general concern around the 7% that is awarded to this fund year in and year out. And David, I think you addressed that in that piece, but that obviously when you open the door to the discussion, everything's on the table. Let me put it that way. And there would be fiscal people that would raise that question around the 7% piece. So I think we all have to recognize that it would be a full discussion, not just that one piece.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, Jack. All this great work gets done, and I think certainly our focus is a lot more narrower than the legislature's. And I'm not suggesting the timing is now, but just to see whether, as we provide these options, that at least it could be some, foundational understanding of why we're focused on this and what the potential benefits are.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Was that it, Betty?
Thank you, Harry. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Next, we have Gail Miller. Gail?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to answer the controller's question, in part, we do work with, as Mr. Lamoureux said, work with the actuaries at CalSTRS and the team to look as whether redirecting the SBMA state contribution or surplus towards the DB program. We considered it, but we didn't pursue it. So we are actually really supportive of the Department of Finance of the staff recommendations in A, B, and C. We hear what Ms. Baker and others are saying about changing it. I think because obviously everything, as David said, is now a state contribution. When we deal with these benefits, we would support what staff is recommending here. We think it makes sense given what the system can afford and what the state can afford. And also, I just think it's important to note that so much of what we're discussing today leads to whether or not we get to our full funding plan. And I think because each of these things are so intricately to be all considered all together, I do think sometimes it can be hard to consider some of the SBMA changes without considering the fund in general. So I think it was telling that the pressures on the general fund may not be able to meet any other funding requirement by 2046. So that's part of the analysis we looked at. But really appreciate Mr. Lamoureux, your whole team, and how detailed it was. I think it's really, really helpful to understand kind of the risks and what we face as we look ahead in terms of the plan. So thank you for that. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Gail. Next, Karen Yamamoto. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, David and Rick, for your team's very concise and understandable information. And that I had the question that Controller Yee had about where does it go after it leaves us once we make the recommendation. So thank you, Gail, for qualifying that information. And one of the things that David said early on is that the SBMA is not based on contributions by members or employers. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood that it's not coming out of the members' pockets and it's the state that's making the contribution. So we just have to be aware of all the funding mechanisms that the state has to provide. So, and I fully support the recommendations of the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Any other committee members, questions or comments on 2B? Seeing no other questions or comments, I do appreciate Controller Yee's inquiry about where the letter goes and what the follow-up is. And then, of course, hearing from Jack that those inquiries open up the entire range of questions about the fund, et cetera. But I do think, given the sensitivity of this issue and what we're trying to balance, that is helping the most senior of our members who retired in the 1970s, living on an extremely modest retirement without compromising the solvency of the fund. I think it would be important for the staff to report back to us any progress that they make relative to engagements with stakeholders, or if there's a change of strategy in approaching it this year in light of the larger budget issues facing the state of California. I think a reporting back to us as to progress, if any, on that item would be most helpful. So if we could just make note of that, Rosalind, in the minutes, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I believe we actually have one more member of the public that wanted to speak.
Sure. Why don't we pause and hear from the members of the public, the member of the public. Thank you, Sharon. Samantha, would you recognize the member of the public?
Just 1 second. Let's get the timer up. Okay, perfect. So our next member of the public offering comment is Ed. Ed, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Ed Folia, CTA, retired. I just wanted to add my support and thanks to the excellent work to come up with option 1. This has been an issue that we're highly concerned about. And am I on?
You are, Ed.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm on. Okay. I just, first of all, thank you very much for all the work that's been done to get to this point. We really have 3-tiered retirement system. Those of us who retired in 1999, before 1999, 2% at 60 and 2% at 62, which is also called PEPRA. I would like to refer to those of us who retired in 1999, prior to 1999, as the forgotten generation. And I say that because, and not to diminish the work that has been done and what is important, that finally recognizes the benefits that we should receive that have the other 2 tiers have. But my concern is I would like to really describe the people that we're talking about. We're talking about teachers that were teaching during World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War. We had GIs that came out and became teachers during the 50s, and we had to go through the unprecedented pains of Proposition 13, declining enrollment. And most of the people that we're talking about are people that are dedicated to education, and like the report has said, they are not getting their just due. My main concern is this. We spend a lot of time on talking about the future, but very little time on talking about the past. So I feel that we need to look at what PEPRA is saying and what we have on our needs. That's what the legislative process is all about. I think that the legislature will understand what the need is and what people really need to have done. After all, many of the people that are in the legislature were taught by the very same people that need to be benefited by this option one. So I thank you, and hopefully we can send this on to the legislature and start the dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes public comment.
Thanks, Samantha. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Mr. Folia. Don't see anyone else for 2B, which would bring us to 2C, which is the one-time death benefit, which is a recommendation on TRB 37. Questions or comments on the item 2C, one-time death benefit, or the recommendation? Don't see any hands. So why don't we look to, this is an action item and there are 3 separate actions. David, let me refer to you. Are we going to take 3 separate votes, or do we want to do one vote on 2A, B, and C?
I think I would recommend we do them as separate votes, so that
Sure.
we, especially around 2B, that we can clarify exactly how we want to word the recommendation.
Thank you. 2A is a resolution on TRB 16. I would entertain a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Okay.
It's been properly moved by Bill and seconded by Sharon to approve the resolution on TRB 16 relative to the 85% purchasing power. Any discussion? Seeing none, Rosalind, if you could take the roll, please.
Sure. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks?
Yes.
Ms. Higa?
Yes.
Mr. Prasad?
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Ms. Miller for the Director of Finance?
Aye.
Mr. Ruffino for the State Treasurer?
Yes.
Ms. Erdan?
Yes.
Controller Yee?
Aye.
Okay. And Chairperson Keeley, would you like to vote on this matter?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. 2B is has to do with the SBMA and the series of options, or as David said, the flavor of options. And there's a recommendation on TRB 24 to send a letter to the legislature with all of those options, with a lean towards option 1. Any questions or comments on that? Keith, I see your hand for 2B. Is that you, Keith?
No, actually, I just wanted to record my vote on the 2A as aye. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Keith. Rosalind, did you get that?
I apologize. Yes, excuse me. Thank you.
No problem. So back to 2B, the recommendation is on TRB 24. Questions or comments? If there aren't any additional questions or comments, I would entertain a motion on TRB 24.
And Harry, it's David. Just before we vote, I just wanted to clarify. So we sort of worded if you read the recommendation, it's sort of I would ask that we obtain a bit more direction, because the recommendation was sort of I would say gave you the opportunity whether or not you wanted to support an option. So we worded it to say, please submit all three options. Board, if you would like to support one of those three, we recommend it be option one. So if you could, as part of, someone could make a motion to let's support, if the desire is to support option one, I would recommend that someone makes a motion to say, please send the three options to the legislature with support for option one. And we will make sure that our cover letter that goes to the legislature properly reflects the direction given by the board.
Thank you for that clarification, David. Gail?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm a little bit confused, Mr. Lamoureux. I apologize. Which of the options would not make any changes to the current system?
None of the options, which is why, so in the past, Gail, what we have done, the last time it was presented to the board 2 years ago, all the board voted was to submit the letter with the three options to the legislature without recommending any of the three. So that's what we've done for at least the last two times that I can recall. So that's why we wrote the recommendation as is. It was our requirement is to send a letter to the legislature with options. The board is not required as a group to take a position. So what we are saying as staff is that if the board wanted to recommend one of those options, we recommend it be option one. So now the question is, as a group, does the board want to recommend one of those options? But to answer your question, Gail, if you wanted to support if you're leaning into not recommending any options, then your recommendation would be to simply provide the three options to the board without recommending any of them. Because remember, the statutory requirement is just to provide the options.
Oh, okay, that's really helpful. I'm sorry I misunderstood. That goes back to the controller's question. So, Mr. Chair, we will, I think, if there is a recommended option from the board, we wouldn't be able to support it at this time, just given that we'll be discussing it in terms of the 21-22 Budget Act.
Thank you, Gail. Karen?
I just have another, it just occurred to me then. So David, so if we make no recommendation, we just send the letter to the legislature, then they don't have to do anything with it. The legislature doesn't have to make any action or pursue any other form of whatever.
But the same applies even if you took a position, the legislature doesn't have to act on it. All you would be doing is whether or not you are voicing your support as a group for supporting an option or not. So even if you did, there are no guarantee that the legislature will have the desire or appetite to do anything.
Okay, and then further then how does that change if they do say, if the legislature does agree and say, okay, we'll do option one, what form does that take?
Well, one, it helps us in that if you do have consensus on that, or reasonable consensus, it helps us in the conversation to actually say the board has taken a position. Otherwise, we're going to need to be agnostic on the options other than to offer the pros and cons of each one to them. It's just like a piece of legislation.
Okay.
If you take a position and it's specific, that does help advance a solution, if you feel that way as a group.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Should they?
David, clarifying question. In the communication to the legislature, if the committee were to support recommending option one, does the letter specifically state the specifics around the retiree group that we are looking to provide support to, the cost associated with that support, and that based on your analysis and Milliman's analysis, it does not compromise the program at all?
What we have done in the past, and our plan was to do the same thing again, is we would We would all of the information that was provided to you for this item would be provided to the legislature at the same time with a cover letter from the board. We can certainly provide a little summary in our cover letter as to why option one, if that is the desire of the board. But yes, we have always shared all of the information with the legislature, and we would summarize it as well.
Okay, thank you. Bill, I thought I saw your hand.
Yeah, Jack, I think answered the question that I had. Thanks, Jack.
Sure. Again, to stimulate action, this requires more work than a letter, for sure. For sure. We would have to really make sure all of our stakeholders feel this is the right thing to do and to advance that conversation over there.
So the staff recommendation is on TRB 24. If everyone could reference that, you can see what the staff specifically is stating in their recommendation.
I would move staff recommendation. So again, to clarify that we're sending a letter presenting the three options, but in particular emphasizing option one is the option that helps the group that we wanted to help the most, which is our oldest retired teachers.
Second.
It's been moved by Sharon and seconded by Karen to approve the staff recommendation. Any questions? David, is that clear enough?
I think so. I just want to confirm. So based on this, you are also giving, I would view this as giving us direction as staff to work with our stakeholders to help push forward option one. Is that a correct statement? Perfect. Chairman is nodding.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification.
It's my understanding, if I may, Mr. Chair, just my understanding, David, in the interactions we have with the legislature is in these kinds of letters, they ask, staff, our staff, CalSTRS staff, what would be your recommendation? And so I would imagine we would say option one. Right, David? I mean, in general, that's how it works. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. And in reality, if the legislature really wants to take action on this, it would become a formal bill at some point, which would come back in front of you for vote, for support, neutral, oppose, as we normally do.
Thank you for that clarification. Rosalind, can you take the roll, please?
Thanks. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks?
Yes.
Ms. Higa?
Yes.
Mr. Prezant?
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Ms. Miller for the Director of Finance?
No.
Mr. Ruffino for the State Treasurer?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Yamanaka for the State Superintendent of Public Instruction?
Aye.
Controller Yee?
Aye.
Okay, and Chairperson Keeley, would you like to vote on this matter?
Aye.
We forgot Jennifer.
Oh, goodness. Miss Ordan, I'm so sorry.
No worries. Aye.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just imagine how teachers have to take a roll, 35 kids in a high school.
I know, this is a different forum with the video, so it's kind of throwing me off a little bit. I apologize.
It's all good.
It's all great. Thank you very much. 2C is the one-time death benefit, and their staff recommendation is on TRB 37, which is to maintain the current death benefit, and any analysis about increasing that benefit is inside the item as well. So comments or questions on 2C? No one's, don't see any hands for questions or comments. So I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Bill. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Seconded by Joy.
Okay, that's great. So,
Okay.
Ms. Bradford, are we ready? Great.
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks.
Mr. Chair, before we actually vote, I did want to say I support the staff recommendation. I think it kind of bears stating some of the comments about, the cost of, I guess I just want to acknowledge that we acknowledge that. And the reality is, I think that the number that sticks out to me for staff recommendation is, our 66%, funded, and that we've made an increase a few years ago. And I certainly think I think this is a challenging decision, and I support staff's recommendation, but I think I just wanted to kind of publicly state that this is a tough call because we actually understand the cost for folks and want to make changes in this in the future. I just think this year, given all the different factors we're dealing with the state and with COVID and our funding status, that we can't make that decision at this time. So I just wanted to make that statement. So
thank you,
sorry
Sharon.
about that. Rosalind, we can go back to voting again.
Okay. All right. So I have Ms. Bradford and then Ms. Hendricks.
Yes.
Great. Ms. Higa.
Yes, and Sharon, thank you for making those comments.
Mr. Person.
Aye.
Ms. Erdan.
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto.
Aye, and thank you, Sharon, again for making the comments, and I feel the same way.
Ms. Miller for the department, for the Director of Finance.
Aye.
Mr. Ruffino for the State Treasurer.
Yes.
Mr. Yamanaka for the State Superintendent of Public Instruction.
Aye.
Controller Yee.
Aye.
Okay. Chairperson Keeley, would you like to vote on this matter?
Aye.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to Milliman. Thank you to the members of the public. Thank you to my colleagues for item 2A, B, and C. Brings us to item 3 on the agenda, and this is Julie Underwood. This is the first look at the operating budget concepts and other budgetary changes for 2021 and 2022. We had a lot of discussion yesterday around some of the topics that Julie will be raising and that appear in her report. We have 30 minutes for this item. Julie, if you could come on screen now, I'd appreciate it.
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. The item before you is requesting your input for a new resource request to be included in the fiscal year 2021-22 operating budget that will be presented to the board for adoption in November. And for your reference, the item also includes an estimate of non-discretionary increases that will also be included in the November budget. Now, the new resource request is limited to only investment and investment administrative support staff. Now, for our other operational needs, CalSTRS is reassessing our priorities and our workload to comply with the state's directive to mitigate costs. But to align with our investment belief number 3, which is managing investment costs yields long-term benefits, our strategic plan goal to continue the implementation of the collaborative model, and to successfully manage the growth in assets under management, which is projected to increase by 50% in 10 years, we're presenting a multi-year internal investment management plan that requests 109 positions and $300,000 for external investment audit services over a 5-year period at an incremental cost estimated at $40.9 million. Now, this request is summarized for you by year at the bottom of TRB 51, and the associated detail follows on TRB 52 through 55. Now, we understand that this is an unprecedented time where the state is projecting reduced state revenues, Our employers are experiencing budget reductions, and our own employees are undergoing pay cuts. However, the primary focus of this multi-year plan is to grow the collaborative model, and the main strategy of the model is to search for long-term cost savings opportunities, which does support the state's directives to mitigate costs. Now, in order to achieve this, we do need to grow our internal talent and provide for the expected increases in administrative support for these resources. Now, as you're aware, the model, as it grows in complexity with sophisticated structures and hybrid opportunities, will bring more assets internally and will also leverage our external partnerships to achieve similar cost savings. Now, these savings allow for more money to remain in the fund to be invested, which provides even more savings over the long term. Now, these efforts are projected to far outweigh the cost of this request. Now, during the investment committee closed session yesterday, you heard additional details regarding the collaborative model strategy. And based on our CIO's most recent business plan, it's projected that if we continue to grow the model, it could create enough savings to keep annual portfolio costs at our current levels 10 years from now, despite the portfolio growing by 50%. Now, of course, these are just projections, but ultimately the reduction of fees and carried interest results in increased net returns to the trust fund without taking additional investment risk. Now, it's our goal to be transparent and accountable for the cost savings achieved through this model. So we're committed to either producing a separate report or perhaps just expanding our annual cost report. But either way, it will show our success over time in growing the collaborative model. Now, for additional verification, we also plan to hire a third party to independently verify our calculations to provide additional assurance to you and to the Department of Finance that the model is working and how we're progressing over time. Now, Chris and Scott are also available to answer any specific questions you have regarding the model. So again, today we're just seeking your input on this request so that we can incorporate your feedback into the November operating budget. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Julie, for the written report and for your introductory comments. I think transparency, accountability, and an independent verification of the cost savings are key takeaways from your presentation and for the rationale. Open it up for questions. Controller Yee, Betty, you're first off.
Great. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Julie. And I appreciate the context within which this is being presented. And I guess I just had the first thought was certainly what we're doing in terms of building up our talent and capacity for implementing the collaborative model, which I wholeheartedly support. And we're already seeing some actually early progress and results as a result of the prior resources that we've devoted to this. So I think the initial investment office position plan was reduced from 5 years to 3 years. And so this is a 5-year proposal that's before us. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think one of the things I'm I guess having, and also I don't know what the future of things like merit salary adjustments or any other types of, kind of enhancements on salaries are going to be, going forward. And I think that's just kind of a question mark, but I would hope that it's a given that with respect to just the treatment of those policies, that they be consistent with all other state employees. And so I'll just say that at the outset. Secondly, I think this is one where, and I know it's tough to just make any assurance with respect to, because it's kind of hard dollar benefit for every, dollar that we're seeking here. But I do think we need to try as much as possible just to try to lay that out with respect to what the expectation is. I actually support wanting to build the capacity and the talent for the collaborative model, but I also think it requires a pretty high level of accountability with respect to how these dollars are going to be used. And I think one of the things that's kind of tricky is, do we use these dollars to actually go recruit for positions because they actually have the talent to then come in and make the deals? Or are we looking to kind of build the capacity as a team first and then kind of go out and see what we're able to do? And so, and I'm sure all those strategies are in play, but, and I'm sure, Chris, you've been thinking about this a lot because, but we've got a little bit of a, track record to kind of at least hopefully inform, just what those metrics could look like going forward. So I just wanted to put that on the table because I don't think we ought to slow up on the collaborative model, but on the other hand, I think it does require kind of a higher kind of strict level of accountability with respect to additional dollars that we put into this area.
Harry, could I just add one process point to Julie's presentation? Sure. Obviously, today is just a concept day. Do we have it right? Are we close? Is there something you want changed? But I should add one more thing. Between now and November, when we would need to finalize our thinking for the governor's budget, we do need to sit down with the stakeholder groups and talk about this as well. And so, I want to make sure that that's pretty clear. That next piece is to making sure that we have good alignment, not just with the board. That's the first step for us, is to get a yellow light or green light today. But we also need the same kind of conversation with our stakeholders. This is using trust fund money of some size. So we will be doing that. I just wanted to assure you that we need to have our external affairs people work on a broader context. So this isn't just the board and the staff coming to a closure.
Yeah, and I think, thank you, Jack. That's an important piece of this, as well as certainly the stakeholder engagement. The other thing is it's a lot of positions, and I think this is probably something I'd like to see come back to the board as it's being implemented. I would surmise that or that once we kind of implement this, that maybe some of the pacing might be a little different than what we originally anticipated. So just to kind of continue to have, real-time updates on this.
Thank you, Controller Yee. Next up, we have Gail Miller. Gail.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Julian. We share some of the controller's concerns and just some of the process questions. I hope, since the days of Paul Rosensteel, we're really supportive of the collaborative model, think there's a lot to work on, and want to continue to understand how we can support it, but also how we can kind of respect, as the controller said, the rest of the state process. And I do think it's a conversation we'll have with the chair of the compensation committee. And it also, I think, our question remains, and, we are looking to figure out kind of what we've already significantly increased our investments in our investment office and CalSTRS writ large. I understand this is a plan over a certain number of years. I think when we consider additional resources, we just want to really understand kind of how we're counting the savings and how the savings then go towards the running of CalSTRS in general. As Jack points out, this is the members' money, and when it isn't the members' money, it's the state's money. So I think it's really important that we understand how we're quantifying the savings experienced, how we kind of take the savings that we've experienced and put it back into the fund in a way that offsets some of the other costs. In the multi-year proposals in the 2018 Budget Act, we saw the CalSTRS did talk about how increasing investment staff would allow the system to take advantage of economic growth that characterized that period. When we're in a period of retraction, how are we really going to quantify the benefit of this? And then, what we're going to look for over time is a really specific breakdown of the positions requested, both on the investment side and the administrative support side, and how we can really work as a team. Obviously, there's a tension here, and I think that can be really healthy, but to really understand how we can support the fund and support the members while supporting all of our colleagues in state government in general, and making sure that we're really clear on that. And then also, really understanding the differences that we've seen between the other fund at CalPERS and then at STRS and the differences there, because obviously what we see at STRS writ large is that people tend to stay longer and the culture is better and the board is actually more supportive. So I do think there's advantages to our fund that doesn't exist anywhere else in state government. So I certainly, the controller and the treasurer can speak to some of what's going on there, but would like to be really aware of all those things. So, and I do think as fiduciaries, it is incumbent upon us to really make sure we're supporting the entire system and our beneficiaries and being really, really keenly aware that the state's ability to support the fund is going to be very limited over the next 3 to 5 years, and while trying to support the rest of state government. So I just want to be aware of that. I think the 5-year plan is reasonable. I think it works well. I just don't know that the increases necessarily, no matter what the board decides, will necessarily be supported. So I think it will be really easy for us as a board to decide. And I always am aware of my conflict with both hats, but just want to be aware of what it looks like in the rest of the state budget, especially given all the things we're supporting. So I always want to be realistic on that point and appreciate your willingness to listen to that, Mr. Chair. And we can certainly submit some of these things in writing just so you're all aware of it.
Gail. See Joy and then Bill. I do notice that Chris, our CIO, has his hand up. I'm just going to ask Chris if you could wait and until we hear from the rest of the board, and then I'll go back to you and any other staff who would like to speak. Thank you, Chris. Joy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, I think I'll keep my comments brief because I think both the controller and Gail have, outlined, I think, some of the thoughts that we want to hold on to. While I think, there is certainly a high degree of support for the collaborative model and making sure that we have the ability to get the amount of staff resources and the type of staff resources that we need to support the collaborative model. I do think we need to be mindful of some of the things that have been mentioned. I think in particular, I just wanted to underscore the need to make sure that we're really solid on our numbers and our analysis around how we are looking at staff that we bring on board to support the collaborative model, whether on the investment staff or the other organizational staff that the budget item talks about, whether it's in the legal department, procurement, accounting, other parts of the organization that are needed to support this, and just making sure that we are transparent and specific about how those, about any savings that accrue and how they match up against staff costs, bringing people on board. I think the other thing that we just would be good for the board to continue to get line of sight to is, given that this is a 5-year plan with a lot of positions allocated to it, and just the ongoing challenges, Chris, that you've talked about with our being able to identify and recruit the right type of staff for these positions. I think just making sure that we understand how you're managing vacancies, how you're doing with recruiting, because I think it would be a mistake for us to not recognize that while we're seeking approval for a larger number of positions, if we're at the same time still managing against a high vacancy rate, however you define that, that's just something that we need to be transparent about and accountable for. Just two other points. I think I mentioned this in the investment committee yesterday, that a lot of the discussion and I think a lot of the excitement around some of the collaborative model successes focus around some of the co-investment opportunities and partnerships that we've, that we have done in the past and that we are looking at executing moving forward. But part of the savings and part of the success of this project, it also comes from bringing to internal management some of the funds that are currently managed by external managers and being able to save on those external manager fees. So I think, Betty might have commented on this, that, while part of this is recruiting for potentially for external staff that bring a skill set to CalSTRS that we may need, part of this is also building on really great capabilities that we already have on our team. And I think that that's important. And then the last thing, Julie, maybe if I can ask you, I know I asked you a question about this, and I think I just wanted to kind of get it on the record that the concept that we have on the 5-year budget plan is for staff that's at kind of current staff descriptions or staff classifications and kind of current compensation arrangements. That's how you generated the number that we have. So if there were to be other types of staff classifications or changes to comp, those are things that would still come through to the board, maybe through the comp committee or through some other mechanism. But those are things that would be handled in addition to the budget item that we've got in front of us right now.
That's correct. The budget item we estimated based on current classifications that we have existing today.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bill?
Well, I just wanted to thank the controller and Gail for their comments, because I think it puts things in perspective. The state is challenged. I'm a big advocate of the collaborative model. I think it is one of the unique ways where we can generate more benefits when the state and local employers of our members are going to be challenged in the future in terms of the availability of resources. This is a way to not only generate more returns, which are to the benefit of our members, but it also can reduce our downside risks as well. And so this kind of investment, I think, is a very warranted investment. And I want to commend Julie and staff for this report. And I think that one of the things that occurs to me is that while we as a board have discussed this at length, and we sort of know where the benefits are coming from, there are a couple of statements, one on TRB 48 that comments that in the collaborative model has already generated a certain amount of return. And if you could just elaborate a little bit on where the collaborative model has already proven, to generate some funds that would not have otherwise been generated, so that the public who's now listening in gets an idea, how concrete the returns are. And as well, there has been some analysis of, for every dollar that has been invested in new employees and new staff for the collaborative model, there has been a return of $7 to $8 more. So if we could just briefly comment on that, I think it would be helpful to the public.
So, Julie, I think this would probably be appropriate. Chris Ailman would be the appropriate person to answer Bill's question. Without obviously naming specific managers and relationships. I think he can give concrete examples of this that are quite compelling. Chris?
Thanks, Harry. And Bill, to answer your question, we've taken in a numerous amount of assets, particularly in the public markets part of the portfolio. So for the teachers that are listening, the members that are listening, instead of using outside Wall Street managers, particularly in fixed income and in global equity, we now manage those assets in-house. In the building behind me, or now it's virtually out of everybody's home, we manage almost half of the portfolio internal to CalSTRS. The cost savings on that bill is almost a 10-to-1 ratio. High yield is now partially managed in-house. Non-US equity, global stocks are managed in-house. And we're looking for even more within that area where we think we can get rid of an outside manager, get a feed, and do the trading and the activity ourselves. So we're already starting to see some of the value of that. As was referenced, that was in the first business plan that we used up over 3 years. In a nutshell, to the members, and I know the board knows this because you've already said it, Bill, but I really want to pledge to the members, we're spending this money already to Wall Street. It's netted out of our returns, so we don't see it as a budget item, but we are spending it. And I thank the Department of Finance for the chance to do a 5-year plan. I know it's big, and I fully recognize that this is a huge ask compared to this position the state is in. But I personally pledge to you, and I'm going to hold Scott and the team accountable, that for every dollar you spend on this budget request, I want to return $8 of savings to you from fees that we would have paid to Wall Street. So we're going to stick to that through all the 5 years. We'll give you that report annually. And I really firmly believe that we can generate the kind of returns net of fees that will be higher by doing it this way, using our staff and using our talent. And you're right, the risk is on us. We've got to hire these people. But you can hold me accountable to an 8-to-1 return on your money.
Chris, I think either Chris, you were frozen there for a moment, 8-to-1, but you're back. Thank you for that and that commitment. I think a strict accountability of this is essential. So I saw Jennifer. Did you have a question or comment?
Thank you. I was going to say something that's been said, but I might just also offer my, strong support and also my strong belief in all the considerations that have been voiced. So that's why I took my hand down. But I might emphasize one thing now with the 8-to-1, which is an incredible return on our capital, and recognizing the timing and the difficulty of predicting exactly when these outcomes will flow, is if we can also be conditioned as we look at the plan as to what we might be prepared for after making the investment, if the investment is made before we start, seeing that 8-to-1 payoff. Thank you. And thank you
Thanks.
For the great report and all the great work.
Thank you, Jennifer. Don't see anyone else on the screen with their hand up. So, Julie, I think there is some clear consensus and guidance and the sensitivity, obviously, of the condition of the state's budget and the economic world in which we're living in. But there seems to be general support for moving forward with the direction as outlined in the item, with an emphasis on strict accountability, independent verification of the returns. And I think as you're communicating and as staff is communicating with the appropriate departments, I think real life examples of the cost savings and the track record to date will be important as well. And then Jack's comments around we don't work in a bubble, we have to work with our stakeholders as well. So thank you for that. Julie, is there anything else that you think you need from the board going forward?
No, thank you so much for your feedback. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for that item. Which brings us to, we're actually going to skip item 4. We're going to take item 4 after our break. I hope that Jack received the communication that we were going to jump right to his CEO report. And after the CEO's report, we will take our break for till 1 o'clock. Jack, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure, I can do that now. That'd be great. Let me get settled here. And, we gave you a lengthy report, so I won't go through all of that. And hopefully there's not too much detail for you. But I did want to make sure you knew how we were handling the current phase of the COVID transition, if you will, for us. So I've given you that detail. But first, just on our own upcoming offsite, want to make sure you saw the way we've been discussing this now with Harry and Sharon from a timing perspective. We've moved that to 2 days, the Thursday and the Friday. They're still mapping out the time, but it must always include your own evaluation as a board, which will be facilitated by Amy McDuffie, and my own evaluation, then Chris's evaluation. So those are always an annual exercise that we go through. In addition to that, we had moved your annual fiduciary training with your new fiduciary council to the offsite. So we'll be able to do that in both an open and closed session. And then Harry and Sharon are working with Chris and Joy and Amy and others to really bring through that human capital piece around with the SIS investment strategy. So we're going to have a thorough discussion of that and possibly another topic that we're chatting about. So 2 days, and still trying to stick to this kind of 2-2-2 format of time so people stay fresh. Was there anything on that, Harry, you wanted to add for the board? Because it is coming up. I didn't know if there was anything else you wanted to color commentary on that.
No, I think that's great, Jack. Just save the dates, those 2 dates. Thanks.
Great. And then on the path forward, as you saw, it was time to make a decision on whether we would kind of advance to the next stage 3, as we call it. And we did not. We felt the data and the state of things really suggested that it was important to stay as we are. So this means that we have about no more than 10% of the staff. It's really about 8% of the staff working physically in our buildings, but without customer contact, without public contact, without any meetings going on. This is for essential workers, not for people that just want to change in scenery and don't want to see their pets anymore or children. This is really meant to be for people that need to be in the building to have a meeting because these are health risks. We did implement new procedures starting Tuesday of this week to get into the building. Every employee that enters into our facilities has to complete training and a test to make sure they knew the procedures getting in. We have a physical temperature taking of the building as well. New signage in the building. So it's all been structured, even for the 8% that are coming in. We felt it was time to overlay some health cautions getting into the building. Even though it is only 8%, within just a couple of days, we've actually already had 450 employees that have taken the training and now have a certificate. So that was good to see. And it's good training that helps them in their other responsibilities. So that was great. Hopefully that was the survey I gave you attached to this report was interesting. I'm spending a lot of time with my fellow directors, colleagues around the country, just comparing notes on how we're making these transitions. And I think that survey data from the Funston consultancy kind of shows you there's reasonable convergence, even though there's some states that are out there a little bit differently in how they see the comeback. There is reasonable convergence on how people are handling the situations, the technologies they're using, the mad scramble to get everybody online. You can kind of see similar patterns from system to system. So I thought that was very reassuring. I know we feel comfortable what we've done has worked well, but the data clearly suggests people are making it through it on a nationwide basis. And then I did want to talk a little bit about the member services fiscal year end review. And, if you think about this, this is kind of your counterpart to your investment report you did yesterday on the investment performance, but this is about our customer service coming through our benefits and services branch. So it's not all of our customer service in the organization. We have community property that works in the legal department. Part of Julie's operation has member services, facing services around refunds and purchase of service credit. But this focused in detail for you on the benefits and services branch. And I was going to ask Bill Perez just to pop on the screen here. Most of you don't get a chance to see and talk with him that much, but Bill, when did you start with us? What month was it? That would be 10 months ago, Jack. 10 months ago. And then of course we've been landed in this situation. So he hasn't had a lot of FaceTime with you. But I was hoping maybe you could go to TRB 104, which is the scorecard. And it's a lot easier to look at it digitally than on paper. I can barely see it myself on paper, but you can manage that. And I just wanted to point out, before we look at the results for the year, if you will, we've got three, if you will, risk factors to our customer service. And the most daunting one was pre-COVID, if you will. And that is that we have many of our customer service employees now working in some fashion on the Pension Solution Project. So we fully expected, in fact, we've said to you, and Andrew Ross said this before Bill hired with us, get ready for a service dip. There is no way we can do all this testing, all this work that's required now that we're in the heart of the pension solution project, and pull off the levels of customer service that we would like to see. So that was the big cloud, if you will, over us. Of course, in the last quarter of the last fiscal year, we actually made the mad dash to our homes, never having conducted customer service in this manner. And remember, much of our customer service has always been people-facing. We've always had e-service, but we've been an organization that has believed in talking to the members, meeting with the members, making sure they understand these life decisions they're making. So making this rush to a virtual environment, it was worrisome how that might compromise the delivery of our services, which could be a serious issue. And then the third piece that threatens our delivery of service is really just the leave situations that have developed from the COVID crisis, the recognition that some people are caring for sick people. We have lots of situations with children now not going physically to school. So that creates a lot of work dynamics for people that have to be delivering service and measured by the minute. This is, again, this work is dramatically different than professional work that's done in a more reflective pace that people use. So this is tough work. So if you look at that page that I referenced, 104, I'm very pleased to tell you that we've got 17 of those areas in green. And this far exceeded my expectations because these service goals, look at some of the measurements that are on here, that our measurement for phone service is answering the calls within 30 seconds at a 70% level, that we answer online messages within 1 business day, that we process all of our disability applications within 150 days of receipt. So, if any of you have had experience in the private sector with phone service at Comcast, or I could mention other companies, but they're my favorite, you would be very unlikely to achieve customer service at these goal levels. And I'm going to let Bill say a few words here, but I do just want to say this result for our customer service unit on the answering messages and answering the phone, this is the highest service level we've had in 10 years. And to have it happen in this last year with the crossroads of all these stress points says so much for the staff that have really jumped in and said, we're going to do it. And they did do it. Bill, do you want to just add a few thoughts to this?
Yeah, absolutely. Members of the board, glad to be here formally for the first time in front of you. Before I say anything else, I want to start with a comment that Jack made earlier today, referencing the acknowledgement of the value we place in our employees. And none of those performance measures that Jack referenced would have been possible without the hard work of each and every one of our near 500 employees in benefits and services. So with very little more than about a week's preparation, we were able to transition just shy of 480 employees to a remote work environment without any pilots. I can tell you from my prior experience, it would have been unheard of to do that in such a short period of time. The 17 measures that we met or exceeded that Jack referenced actually represented a 21% increase over our prior year fiscal performance. And without exception, every single one of the 5 divisions really did an exceptional job in terms of meeting its core performance measures. So I'm very proud for all of the member teams that supported this hasty transition. And I feel that we have a good plan in place, as Jack mentioned, to balance the workload requirements of meeting the demands of pension solution. Between now and July of next year, depending upon the month, we have anywhere from 80 to 100 resources that we will be leveraging to assist with the successful implementation of the program. That, in conjunction with some of the other challenges that Jack alluded to, given our current environment, really speaks to the phenomenal performance that all of our teams have done to make sure that our members' needs are met. And I, for one, am very proud to be associated with CalSTRS and with the Benefits and Services team. I think we're going to have a challenging but successful fiscal year, and I'm looking forward to meeting the needs of our members.
Thank you, Bill. And again, Bill brings such a strong private sector experience to us, having worked in service centers with major corporations. So his insights into this and reflections are very valuable for us. Thank you, Bill. Just other points in the report. I want to make sure you saw the section on employer contributions. Several of you have asked questions about this. Are the schools still sending us money? Are they sending us the reports? And I'll be darned, this record is still very, very strong from them. I mean, you can just see here, for the month of June, we received 94% of the contributions on or before the due dates. So compliance is still extremely high from the employers getting the data and the money and the reports that we need on time. So very pleased to see that. A last point to make, maybe just around the headquarters expansion. At Harry's direction, we changed the board oversight of that project, as I mentioned, and we now have Bill joining Sharon for our briefings. And just for all of you, since we wrote this report, there is one risk that I would say has moved into the more brighter yellow range that is giving us concern. And it's the one risk that I would have thought from months ago that might arise, and that is the supply chain on this project, because it is complicated, and it is around the concrete on the project because there is a fair amount being used. This is a very concrete intensive project, but there have been some plant disruptions in the Bay Area that were key suppliers for our project. So everyone that has a project underway is scurrying around, competing against each other, trying to reestablish their supplies, and that's what our team is doing right now. And we'll nothing yet has caused delays in the project, but this is the one piece in particular that would, if it would.
I think Jack is frozen.
I think he's frozen, yeah.
Die for you?
Froze.
Oh, yeah. How about now? Is it okay?
You're okay now.
Okay. Well, I don't know if it got through. So we are watching this concrete piece very, very carefully to see if we're able to secure the necessary supply we need for the project. And then the only other point, again, is around the fire marshal. We're not at the finish line. We still have ongoing discussions with them, but by fall, this needs to be concluded, getting all of their recommendations for the project. Any questions on any of that?
Yep. Thanks, Jack. And Bill, thank you for your presence here in your report, and of course the terrific work of all the employees that work in benefits and services. You said about 480 transitioned to working remotely seamlessly. I think, like many organizations, the challenge will be bringing the employees back and the transition back into a physical building, and whether or not that goes as smoothly. The board will have some time at the offsite to talk about the future of CalSTRS relative to lessons learned. So we'll probably get into more depth of a conversation with staff around what this whole COVID experience has meant to date, lessons learned, and what CalSTRS might look like going forward relative to office space, working remotely, etc. I do know that Sharon, you have a comment or question. Thanks.
You mute, Sharon.
I thought I unmuted, but I didn't. Just a couple comments. First, I wanted to thank my colleague Bill Prezant on the board to kind of provide oversight on the HQE project. So Bill, it's been, I really appreciate your comments, and I know we're going to be watching these issues around the concrete, Jack, because I guess it's not a surprise that the supply chain issue is there. It's a big project and lots of moving parts. So we'll continue to keep the board apprised on that. I did want to, and Bill Perez, we've got a couple bills, just thanks for your 10 months of work. And one of the questions I had, having been on a couple calls recently with unnamed cable and telephone companies, I continue to applaud our staff's responsiveness and those numbers being so strong given a change in work environment. I hope any staff that are watching or listening, we just want to say thank you. I interact with members with my other job quite a bit, and I spend hours on the phone sometimes helping our members understand kind of our district and retirement issues. So I know how challenging those conversations can be and how much time they take. And so to me, not only the responsiveness, but our staff's ability to kind of switch gears, just like our faculty and teachers are with teaching online, is commendable. So applaud you for that. One of the questions I had for you, and maybe for Jack with our staff in general, is how do we think about our staff's sort of mental health, or kind of how they're dealing with, I just know about me, I don't know about the rest of the board, but I have, 2 dogs at my feet right now. I have people walking outside. I'm having the windows open because I want vitamin D and sunlight. But it's just, I wonder how we think about, or how we measure, Bill, Jack, the, productivity, but also just monitoring our employees' mental state and just making sure that they're doing okay, and that they have all they need at home to be able to work productively, and to acknowledge their work is meaningful even when they're not in the building seeing each other. So could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, Bill, I'll start out for the organization. Maybe you could talk about some of the things you're doing there. In terms of measuring, we're doing, I think I've said a few times here, we do these things called pulse surveys every 2 weeks, and measures of anxiety, social isolation, the feelings you're talking about are part of those surveys. So we are watching that. And you can see that is a growing concern for people, especially when the end in sight is not, I throw out dates like, well, by January 1st, we hope, but we all know that may not be. It may turn into be February 1st or March 1st. So I think that indefiniteness to this finish line is particularly worrisome to people that don't do well in this environment. And then there's a body of our workforce that couldn't be happier at home with that dog at the footstep and everything like that. I mean, there is absolutely a significant body. I've done 2 sets of town halls in these last months, and at the very end of them, now we use that software where you can write your comments on your cell phone. It instantly goes on the screen and everyone sees it. And these town halls have hundreds of people on them. So it creates it isn't just writing comments, but it creates a dynamic of people looking at other people's comments and reacting to those comments. And I can absolutely have a very good sense of the temperature of the organization and the things that have concerned them these last months. So that's been invaluable for us, I think, to find out where we're doing well and where we can help employees directly. We are going to do I think we're going to work hard to create that home office for people, and we're unveiling a home office policy and options for things that we will supply our staff in their homes next week, because that ranks about number 3 on the worry list right now is ergonomic comfort in the home. And when you lack that ergonomic comfort comes crabbiness, pain, neck pain, arm pain. I mean, there's a lot that comes from that, that then transfers itself to psychological feelings. So we definitely can touch that and help with employees with that. And, I think you all have gotten to know myself and the organization well enough that we're going to put the resources there for our staff. We're not going to just say, toughen it up, work at your kitchen desk, figure it out. Because as I looked at the responses from some of our other states, that has been the response is, we're the state agency, we can't do that. We're not going to help you there. But that's not going to be our position at all in this organization. We've worked so hard at the headquarters and the regional offices. We're going to work hard at getting the home Right. But there is a social piece to this on top of that. And Bill, I don't know if you have any reflections on your staff. And it's hard as again, I want to say how hard it is for the contact and all of our member service staff that have to be on key all the time responding to members. But Bill?
Yeah, I think on the one hand, I echo Jack's comments that there is a concern, particularly with less than ideal work environments in the home and requirement to juggle competing distractions during the business day. So to the extent possible, we've been mindful of looking at creating at least a most appropriate ergonomic environment to work in. Most recently, we were discussing wireless headsets for the use of our folks that are spending a lot of time on the phone or all their entire day on the phone. But beyond that, I think there's also the weighed concerns around what it would be like if they were in an environment they were required to return to the workplace. And as Jack alluded to earlier during our discussions, staying at that stage 2 and providing the assurance that there's not going to be any need to worry about a premature return to the headquarters space, I think is an important consideration. When I poll my peers from organizations that I've worked at, it's actually a little bit different picture with a return to a work environment in a less than ideal scenario, my prior firm being one of them. So I feel very good about us being in a unified position to say that we want to look after the safety of our employees as well as our members and not take any premature moves. So what we have to work with during that time then is the environment in the home space and try to make that as equitable as possible for our staff.
Thanks, Bill.
We could, Sharon, did you have any other questions, comments? I'd like to recognize other board members that have their hands up. Joy, and then Karen. Joy?
Thank you, Harry. Just a comment. So Jack, I don't work for Comcast, but I do work for another private company that does a lot in the way of member service. And so just want to add my congratulations and support for the really positive metrics that come out of benefits and services. Bill, it's great to have your leadership and hear from you about how your team is doing. I think the one thing I want to highlight, though, is that it is being able to meet some of the metrics like turnaround time for calls and responding to processing applications. Those are important. But to the point Sharon made, it's not only it's a difficult time because of the change in work environment, but I think a lot of your staff is also dealing with just high levels of anxiety among our members about what's happening in their personal life. What does the future of their retirement look like? And so to also see numbers that are so positive in terms of just general member satisfaction in how their issues got resolved or how they were responded to, I also think is great recognition of the work that our teams are doing. So thank you to Bill and Jack and just all of our benefits and services team members, because you're doing a great job processing things, but also really being responsive to our members, which is just doubly important right now.
I appreciate you saying that, Joy, because all these measures, as you saw, have a satisfaction measure associated with them. And I should have started with that because that is the most important part of the service measurement. Unfortunately, we've learned for business, and I'm sure you've had I had a company recently, I had to wait on hold for an hour. I couldn't believe it. But unfortunately, if you do have to wait an hour, I think you all know by the time someone answers the phone, you've got an attitude, and so there is an interplay between the quality of the call. And if you don't get the timing right, the quality is affected. But I totally want to emphasize what you said about the quality of the interaction, given we're dealing with financial matters and how important those are. And I realized I'm going to take my comment back about Comcast because I realized I froze up. I froze up shortly after I made that comment. So now I'm concerned that there's some kind of Big Brother thing going on here. So I meant it, but I'm taking it back. But
For the record, it's good call, Jack.
Great. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Joy.
Oh, gosh.
We love Comcast. We love Comcast. Karen.
Okay, thank you. I just want to tag along with what has already been said. I want to commend Bill and his team, the Benefits and Services, the best committee, the best team, the most helpful to our members directly. So thank you for the team and you for your leadership in providing that great service to our members and reassurance that, we're here for them. And Jack, I wanted to commend you. I guess at this point in time, I don't think I've thanked you enough for changing your life to be able to carry on as our CEO during this time. And
That's
I
nice.
really appreciate it. I really do appreciate it because I think you bring continuity and I guess just overall confidence that we can carry on and do the things for our members that we're
Thank you very much.
we're there for.
I'm going to replay that for my wife. Thank you.
And, just to touch on a couple of other things that, the mental state that Joy said about the staff. And I think that's really important. And about the ergonomics, about, being able to work comfortably at home because it's been quite a while. And the services and the extra, equipment or supplies that's needed for people at home to be able to do their work. And then lastly, the staffing issues. I know with the budget and the furloughs and the vacations, the time offs and things like that. And those are things in force right now. And you're still able, Bill, your staff is able to provide the services for our members. So, again, I appreciate all the work that's been done and, just the whole attitude of CalSTRS and the path forward and the reassurance that staff safety is the number one concern. And so the staff is ready to be there and provide for the necessary rearrangements and accommodations of all the staff. So thank you again for both of you for doing that.
Well said, Karen. Thank you. Bill. And I don't see any other hands, so we'll go to...
This may be...
You'll have the closing word, Bill, before we break
Harry?
for lunch. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make it quick then. This is a piling on of praise, but I want to commend Jack and his entire team, Bill, and all of the others. When I first came on this board a little over a year ago, I can't even claim to be the new person anymore. Jennifer's the new person. So, and gladly so, from my perspective. I just want to say that when I came on the board, I was really focused on the investment side. And having attended a few meetings, I've realized that where the tire meets the road here is we pay benefits to retired teachers. And it has purpose. And I commend the leadership and thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you, Bill. We're at about 11:15 right now, and what I'd like to do is to honor the 2-hour break that we're going to take. So we will reconvene and dial back in at 1:15 and officially begin at 1:30 in the afternoon. So it's about 15 minutes later than we had planned. So we'll break from 11:15 till 1:15. We dial back in, and we'll officially begin our work again at 1:30 this afternoon. And we have about 2 hours in the afternoon. Have a great lunch, everyone.
Great. Have a good lunch. Bye.
Just like to set the stage a bit. We have two information items that will be presented, item 4 and item 6. And then we have consent items and a look ahead to our next meeting's agenda under information later in the day. So I don't think this open session will take more than an hour. It'll probably be less than an hour in open session. We'll take a brief break after open session, and then we'll all log back in after about a 10-minute break. We'll log back in for closed session. And in closed session, we will probably be spending another hour. So roughly about 2 hours of work ahead of us this afternoon. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch. It was great to be able to go for a walk and get some fresh air here in Santa Monica. So one of the benefits of, and then also seeing my girls very, very briefly. So one of the benefits of working remotely at this time. Let's go right to item number 4. And Melissa, it's nice to see you. You're going to introduce the item, and then we have Luis Navas going to present. I'll turn it over to Melissa.
Sorry, I'm trying to item here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Melissa Norsha, Director of Human Resources and Staff Support to the Compensation Committee. I'd like to start off by providing a little bit of background to set the stage at how we arrived at this item. What we will be presenting and discussing with the board today is really the result and culmination of events that transpired due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Beginning in spring of this year, the fund experienced impacts due to the pandemic's effect on the market and subsequent volatility. In addition to the market's impacts, the state of California and CalSTRS stakeholders have experienced significant budget impacts and disruption to their financial stability. The good news for CalSTRS is that the market has stabilized, and CalSTRS ended the 2019-20 investment performance year with a positive total fund return. And the investment team was and has been instrumental in lessening the loss to the fund by remaining nimble and responding decisively and tactically. Now, although the fund to date is experiencing positive returns, it is unknown how long the impacts to state and local funding will last, as there continues to be uncertainty with this virus, as well as other external risks, which the CIO highlighted. Chris Ailman did highlight yesterday to the board in his report at the investment committee. It's also percolated up in various items this morning. And so obviously it is on top of mind for our board members. So for these reasons, the board feels strongly it is wise that they review the compensation policy so they are understanding of their responsibility in their oversight of executive compensation. Now, the compensation policy provides the board discretion for evaluating events that occur that result in the underperformance of the fund, ethics violation, and reputational risk. In July, the board asked staff and their primary compensation strategist and outside legal counsel to review the compensation policy and to refresh the board on their discretion oversight, as well as provide education on what our peers are doing relative to executive compensation. The board's objective in going through this exercise really is to gain clarity of the compensation policy. Luis Navas with Global Governance Advisor and Gregory Schick with Shepard Mullen have both reviewed the policy and are here to present their findings to the board. Now, before I hand it over to Mr. Navas, Luis, to lead the presentation, I'd like to check back in with the chair, and I'd like to suggest the board hold questions until the end of Luis's presentation and Greg's feedback, so that the board can digest all of the information that's being provided to them. And then there's ample time for the board to engage in a healthy discussion thereafter. If that's agreeable to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Melissa. That's terrific. And a reminder to the board that this item is being brought forth as an information item although there's some suggested language, there's no recommendation to take action today. It's to get greater clarity as to what the policy is. Thank you for your terrific introduction, Melissa. I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Luis, I think at this time I'll turn it over to you to present your presentation.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. As Melissa mentioned, this slide deck is actually just going to cover an overview around the use of special discretion incentive plans and just what some of your peers are using or doing around this and during these challenging times and other times. Greg will then speak to some of the suggested wording improvements to the reputational risk trigger. So if I could ask that we move to the next slide. Sorry, I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't have control over the slides. All right, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. We're going to run through this fairly quickly. It is for informational purposes. It was pre-circulated to everybody. So I'm just going to try to touch on the highlights. So how did we get to the triggers? So back in 2009, CalSTRS, like many funds, experienced a significant decrease in total fund returns. CalSTRS in that year achieved a negative 25% total fund return. And the board found itself in a situation where it felt it didn't have the tools to apply discretion to maybe walk through and manage any potential reputational risk around that. We came in, GGA came in about a year afterwards, but through that period, the board worked with its external advisors and also with us and staff to try to deal with this. And what has occurred, or what occurred then and what is in place today, as Melissa already mentioned, is you now have 3 triggers. You have a trigger that allows you to deal with significant volatility or negative volatility or changes in investment performance. You have a trigger to help deal with ethics provisions. If you were, unfortunately, maybe have to go through a serious fraud, you have a clawback ability around compensation around that. And lastly, you have a reputational trigger. And as Greg and I will talk about later, we're proposing some additional wording, not to change the trigger. You've had the ability to apply discretion through that trigger through the past years. It's really just an amplification or a better description of the authority that you have. Through that period, we did make some additional improvements to help reduce the need at all for any type of special discretion. There were improvements made to the compensation policy. There were improvements made to the incentive plan design, and there was an introduction of new performance monitors for the CEO and CIO to really help the board better manage the performance management plan. That's where the annual bonuses are paid through, so that there's a good degree, a high degree of pay for performance alignment. You're going to hear me say this a few times over the next 7 to 10 minutes around the slide deck. The better that you have, the better compensation plan design that you have, the better that you manage that compensation plan, you rarely will ever have to apply special discretion. And that's a good thing. So over the last decade plus, the board at CalSTRS has not had to apply any type of special discretion. There's been a very high degree of pay for performance linkage, and there's been a great ability to recruit and retain high caliber talent. Can I get next slide, please? That takes us to today, 11 years later. We've had our first black swan event, as I'll call it, since 2009. Challenging time for many industries, everybody at hand. But that said, CalSTRS really has performed quite well through that period, as well as, frankly, has many of the asset management sector. CalSTRS has delivered and outperformed on 1 and 3 year total fund performance. It's actually outperformed most pension funds. it's important to identify that the performance period that we're talking about, 9 out of the 12 months were pre-COVID. That's an important point to understand. The other thing for some of the newer board members to understand is that CalSTRS, like best-in-class funds around compensation plan design, does not try to at all reward off of a one-year performance result. We focus on longer-term performance results, such as 3-year results, and some funds will go as high as 5-year. But we don't want to incentivize short-term risk-taking, and so we look at the long term. Through that period of time, you've had hundreds of employees work remotely and been able to service your pensioners fairly seamlessly. And as Melissa mentioned, the public markets have recovered. I see today there's a bit of a slight decrease, but still the numbers are well recovered to the March lows. It's hard to say, going forward where things will end up. But as it pertains to the past performance period, they have recovered. You have that in combination with a state budget that is forecast to be in a large deficit. You do have teachers and school boards experiencing challenging times. But coupled with that, the CalSTRS staff did see their salaries cut significantly. When you couple that all together, and you look at the 2019-2020 performance period, the compensation plans are working as you would hope. I think they've been managed well by the committee. There's a high degree of pay for performance linkage, and in part because of the staff's salary cuts, as well as a combination of hitting many of the targets that were set quantitatively and qualitatively, there is a very good alignment with CalSTRS key stakeholders. Can you, next slide, please? Not going to touch on all these points again, just for, this was pre-circulated, but just some considerations that organizations typically will think about when choosing to apply special discretion. First and foremost, as I've already said and will continue to repeat, special discretion is something that boards rarely ever want to apply. If your compensation plans are designed well and managing well, special discretion is something that you might apply, in a 10 to 12 year period when there is a black swan event, a 9/11, such events, sort of thing. Special discretion by regulators, by governance experts and governance bodies, the regular application of it is seen negatively because, again, you're sending the signal that your plans aren't designed well or aren't managed well. And so, I think we're quite proud of the fact that, CalSTRS has not had to apply special discretion to date. It's always tough for board members of any board. When you look at a situation like a black swan event like 2009, where you might have to consider applying special discretion, you've got to balance that fiduciary duty to the pensioners while being sensitive to your key stakeholders' environment. You need to think about, really what can staff control. You need to be fair and really get that right. The example that I always give is, at the time of 9/11, I was doing work for Brookfield Properties, and they unfortunately had a number of buildings that were right across the street from the World Trade Center. How do you penalize a staff for things that might be out of their control? So it's a delicate balance. And then there's always that need to make sure, in terms of being fair, is always thinking about the business side of it. At the end of the day, for an asset manager, for a pension fund as large as CalSTRS, that need to attract and retain and motivate talent is key. Human capital is, as I've said in the past, is your most important asset. The other point I want to make is there is this misconception, I would say, that special discretion is only used in negative situations. I do want to point out that organizations also apply special discretion in a positive manner, where a board feels that maybe a team has actually outperformed in a black swan event, and will apply positive discretion. CalPERS actually has that in its policy allowed. And there are organizations today, as part of COVID, where their industries have actually performed well, that the boards are actually considering looking at positive discretion. Again, just end on this slide with the fact that, you definitely don't want to be consistently applying either positive or negative special discretion. That would be a bad signal in terms of saying that your compensation plans are not well designed or well managed. Next slide, please.
Luis, as a time check, you're about 8 or 9 minutes into your comments.
I'm going to wrap this up quickly. We did a research, significant research study in the last couple of months as requested. We looked at CalSTRS peer group. We found that the majority of your peers do have special discretion, but we found none that actually decided to apply negative special discretion. We only found one organization that looked at lumping in the actual awards under the annual incentive plan into the long-term incentive plan. But again, we found no indications of any organization applying negative discretion or actually applying, a majority have not applied special discretion. Next slide, please. Again, we'll talk about the slight changes in descriptor to the special trigger in terms of approach going forward. We do recommend that the board look at including some form of positive special discretion in the future, and maybe some framework if you ever had to deal with special discretion to make that decision more easily. Next and last slide, please. I'm only going to touch on 2 points here. I know that this came up before, but as shown in one of the examples in your peer group, had you had a long-term incentive plan in place, it would have been an interesting and helpful tool to maybe deal with this time. I've been a proponent of the adoption of a long-term incentive plan as part of the work plan for the next 12 months, but it could have been an effective tool to use through this period, such as other pension funds have actually used. And lastly, I think CalSTRS has everything to be proud of in terms of its compensation plans and the approach that it's taken to compensation for the last decade. I know that there is some form of communication that occurs with its key stakeholders. The better that your stakeholders understand the great approach that this board takes around compensation and its policy, the more effective it will be in terms of reducing any type of need of special discretion in the future. That's my overview.
Thank you, Luis. And before we turn it over to Greg from Shepherd Mullen, just to summarize your presentation, Luis, at least from my perspective, and maybe it will be helpful to the board because there's a lot of information there. The type of discretion we're talking about is something that would be rarely used. Number one, it's rarely used. Number two, you gave us some background in the history as to the policy, which was crafted really out of the great financial crisis of 08-09. And we created some policy with your help around compensation. We're trying to balance a lot of different risks here. But really what this item is about today is getting clarity around the reputational risk that is currently in our policy and whether or not we want to tweak and change that policy language at all. So there's a lot to talk about in terms of LTIPs and incentives to the upside, but that's not really the purpose of this item. This item is really to get clarity around the reputational risk language so that we level set with the board and with the impacted staff as to what that language says and what the tools are in our toolbox that we would rarely have to use. So thank you very much, Luis. I'll turn it over to Greg from Shepherd Mullen. Greg, you're muted. And nice to meet you virtually.
Sorry about that. I'll rewind the tape here. I'm just going to, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to just take a few minutes to talk about the language adjustments we've suggested on the reputational risk trigger. Before I get into that, I just wanted to mention as a general matter, when you're going to try to make a change, I know we're talking about just clarifying a trigger, but if you were going to think about make a change to incentive plan and the ability to do that, the inquiry usually focuses on what are the terms of the actual underlying bonus plan and when in the performance period are you trying to make a change. If you're trying to make a change after performance period has completed, the employee's already performed and the performance period's over, it's pretty difficult then to try to unilaterally impose a change. Conversely, on the other hand, if you're making a change to your bonus scheme before performance period has even started, before the employees commence services on the particular performance period, well, then you have a pretty good ability to make changes. And then if you're doing it in the middle of a performance period, I think it depends. Obviously, the sooner in the performance period you make a change, the better in terms of being able to implement it from the beginning of the performance period. Now, here we're just talking about what we think is clarifying discretion the board already has under the reputational risk trigger. And I note that in addition to what Louis said, that you would rarely want to apply such discretion. If you were to apply it, you would need to be mindful of doing it in good faith and fair dealing. That would sort of be implied as part of any exercise of discretion. Now, the thing about the reputational risk trigger is that when you think about what reputational risk is, it seems like it should be pretty broad, like a lot of things could activate this trigger. And in fact, there's language in there already that talks about if something is damaging trust and losing stakeholder satisfaction, that type of thing that damages the reputation of CalSTRS. That seems pretty broad, but when we looked at the actual language of the examples, that seemed to perhaps be interpreted as more limiting it. The two examples that are presently there seem to suggest that you might have to have mismanagement or bad behavior on the part of the participant, and I don't think that's what would be intended by reputational risk factor. So we were just trying to clarify that actually. It's broader than that, and we added a suggested example, and to try to clarify this, that the examples that are listed there are just illustrative; they're not exclusive, and also pointing out that while it does make sense to consider if the participant's a bad actor, the board could still take action under this trigger, even if the participant was not really culpable in any bad behavior. But to balance this, we also propose language in there that says, again, this would be sort of rarely applied, and would take into account the fact that the desire and intent of these, incentive programs are to retain and incentivize people. So I think that's sort of an overview of what we were suggesting. The idea that this is a clarification and amplification of discretionary authority the board already had, as opposed to adding and amplifying as opposed to expanding such authority. We're just trying to add some more clarification to what we think is already there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gregory. That was quite helpful. And in fact, accurate. The intent of the language, as I recall it, was not just to, I think you used the term bad actors in terms of reputational risk, was not only referring to that. So with Luis's comments and Greg's comments, let's open it up for questions or comments from the board, starting with Controller Betty Yee.
Thanks, Harry, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to see if I could get a better handle on the policy language that references the misalignment with stakeholders. Just kind of curious about how that would be applied and how we define stakeholders.
Did you want to take that, or do you want me to take that?
Luis, if you could take that first, and I'd be happy to add on.
Sure. So from our perspective, we were limiting the description of stakeholders to the state, teachers, and school boards. We look at it from our firm looks at it from a perspective of from a pay for performance alignment, who helps to really fund CalSTRS, and really looking at that pension promise. So from our perspective, I think anything broader than that, we certainly wouldn't recommend it from looking at it from a pay for performance perspective.
And I guess, and thank you. That's a good clarification. And I think that's exactly what should be defined. I guess I wonder if there's another way to reference that without the use of the term stakeholders, because that term is just so loaded in terms of with respect to how people define that. So, but obviously, yeah, any party that definitely has an interest with respect to the funding of the system makes sense.
Is
Thank
that
you,
all,
Jerry.
Betty?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Bill Persant, Bill?
So I just want to make sure I understand this. This doesn't give us any further discretion that we already don't have. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And so we've never had a problem in dealing with this issue in the 10 years that we've been, operating this plan, right?
Correct. This was really just from, as Melissa talked about at the beginning, just for further explanation or description to anybody on the board that maybe felt that you didn't have this.
I find the language personally sort of vague, and therefore it could be misused. And it concerns me if we, going back to the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm sort of a mind that it can communicate to staff that there is some kind of change, despite the fact that, we contend there, you suggest there isn't. And that concerns me because I wouldn't want staff to think that what they've come into as an expectation in terms of compensation and evaluation is going to be somehow modified. And I think this language, for me, doesn't clarify anything. It just makes it more susceptible to interpretation one way or the other. And if we haven't had to do anything in the past 10 years, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, is my perspective. So anyway, for just throwing that out.
Greg, if you don't mind, if I'm going to throw that back, I'm going to throw that into your lap in terms of, I'm sure you've thought that through from a legal perspective. If you could comment on Bill's thought, it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I guess the issue would be that if you did try to exercise this trigger and did want to exercise it in the sense where the participants weren't actually, misbehaving, no bad conduct, then because there is silence on this point, it's conceivable that a participant could disagree. They could take a position that you didn't have that authority. And so I think, between being expansive versus being silent, I agree. I agree with the principle. If it's not broke, why should we adjust it? And it's worked for this long. Why should we adjust it? But I think the idea here is, if there is to be some use of this in a scenario that's not called out by those two existing examples, then you could have the flip side. Well, you didn't say it that you had this authority, therefore we don't think you did. And so putting this out there at some point would, at a minimum, prospectively, I think, inform everyone that, hey, going forward, we are able to do this. And so there isn't possible ambiguity on this point.
I guess I would say that the imprudent use of fund assets would be fairly broad. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. I just, again, what I am concerned about is sending a message that may be misleading and not intending. It's the unintended consequences of trying to change something that hasn't been a problem so far. And we all recognize the situation in the state. We all recognize, the economic burdens that are being borne by a variety of different stakeholders, as defined by our controller. It seems to me that it would be prudent to really have, before you change something, I think there really does have to be some kind of proof that it does need to be changed, and I don't see that here.
Yeah, I totally understand. Again, I think we're trying to provide some information, a point of view for the board to consider. Totally understand if at the end of the day, the board feels it's fine, the language the way it is fine.
I want to commend you on trying to, do what you were asked to do. I think it's a good effort. I don't mean to criticize. I just think in my own mind and sharing my view with the rest of the board, I think if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Bill, thanks for that. I don't think I'm taking a big risk to say that others probably feeling and thinking the same way. Let's not create unforced errors. I do think this item, having this discussion and having it agendized and having the report presented, level sets for all of the current board members and also level sets with the affected employees. And I would like to ask Greg, if the committee made a decision not to take any action and adopt this language, could the minutes of this meeting reflect that it's not this discretion around reputational risk is not limited to the two examples? Could that just be reflected in the minutes in the event that we had to go back and reference the intent of what this language is without opening up a can of worms?
Yeah, well, that's a really good question. So yes, on the one hand, if it came up to be an issue of dispute or disagreement, on the one hand, we could point to this and say that we discussed this and everyone sort of collaboratively agreed, oh, we already have this, we don't need to do anything. It's already there. The flip side, the other side would probably argue, well, the fact that you didn't adopt this could speak to and meant that you didn't have it. So that's a hard question to answer. I think some of it could depend on the particular facts as they would play out. So yeah, I apologize. I can't just give you for sure answer. I mean, I think it does depend a little bit.
Brian, I see you. Thanks, Greg. Brian, I saw you on the screen. Did you want to participate?
I wanted to respond to that. I appreciate Greg's answer. I think if that's your intent, I would suggest that we just get an opinion from the law firm that says that memorializes exactly what you've been told today, that it covers this type of situation. It's not limited to those two things. Put it away in your file, and if you need to use it, then you understand what you've heard today.
Thanks, Brian. I think that's helpful. So that would essentially mean not take any action on the language that's there, just to receive this as an information item and get a communication from Shepard Mullen, which memorializes this conversation. I think it's clear that what we want to say is we're not looking for unfettered discretion. We're not trying to create uncertainty with our staff and change the goalposts, so to speak. But we want to be sure that we are managing all types of risk to the system, including reputational risk, which could include some topics that are not clearly articulated in the current language. Is that a good summary, Brian?
Exactly. I think that's what you're trying to get to, and I think just having it in the minutes is probably not enough. But I think if we memorialize through law firm's opinion, what you've discussed today, I think that's exactly right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brian. Love to hear from other members of the board in terms of that narrowing and the focus of having heard from Brian and Greg, as well as Bill's comments of if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. Sharon? Hi, Sharon.
Hi. I'm a co-host, so I can't do the hand raise thing. So thanks, Harry. So I'll just kick it old school here. I actually think you've come up with sort of, to me, an elegant solution. And it, including lawyers always, I think, assures us that we're kind of on the straight and narrow. So I would support that line of action. I do think some of the language around stakeholders is just kind of, it's so vague, but I get now actually what this means in terms of where we want to be, is we want to show and create a record for us as a board to say that in the case of reputational risk, if it's not even just negative, but it's the reality that we're living in an example like right now with coronavirus and significant budgetary challenges, that we have tools in our toolkit to exercise, prudence in our roles as fiduciaries. So I think if we could I think your solution is an elegant one, and I would support that line of action of having a memo from an attorney in the record. This iteration of the board has now, I think, a clearer sense of what our, sort of what our latitude is, our discretion, if you will, in this particular area. And it gives me comfort to know if there's another black swan event that we have, the discretion that we all understand. So I would lend support.
Thank you. Thanks, Sharon. Jennifer.
I think this is a very elegant solution. And I would just add the importance from my perspective of everything that was put about weighing all stakeholders, but also at the same time recognizing, that word of trust. And we've enjoyed trust, we've enjoyed stability, we've attracted and retained skill. And that has resulted in outperformance in the portfolio, which is, not only protected, but does improve our critical funded status. And so taking a long view and recognizing the initiatives underway, I don't know if this is getting outside the scope of the agenda, so somebody please stop me, but I think just really being very careful in the messaging and the communication and the decision-making to consider that factor as well.
Well said. Thank you, Jennifer. I don't see any other hands up, so I'm going to ask if there's any opposition or concerns about the direction that we are moving in, which is to have Shepard Mullen draft an opinion and write and get that in the file per the recommendation of Brian Bartow, our general counsel. Seeing no opposition to that and no other hands, I think we are there. Anything that we've missed, Brian, Greg, Luis, anything that you have to question or clarify with Melissa before we move on?
I'm fully supportive of it. I think the board, as long as the board knows the authority it has, but I fully agree with Jennifer and Bill. You've got to really make sure that it's fair in terms of meeting the need to attract and retain. So I think this does a good job of achieving all those things.
Thank you, Luis. Brian, I see you back on.
I think it's actually a great solution. We're ready to go forward. I think the idea that when you first read it, it wasn't exactly clear, but with the explanation about the language, it is clear. So just getting that memorialized, I think I don't have any other questions beyond that.
Thanks. Greg, I don't see your hand, so I assume you're.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with everything we said. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and happy to move forward in the direction we discussed.
Thanks so much. Melissa, good?
Yeah, I like where we landed. I enjoyed the discussion.
Good. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your input and thoughtful process, and I hope it's been clear to the staff what we're trying to accomplish in managing many different forms of risk without creating additional risks, which would negatively affect the staff. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Rashad, we're moving right to item number 6. And Cassandra, it's good to see you. Nice to see you. You're muted.
Good to see you too. Good to see everyone.
Yes. So this is a information update on pension solution, a big initiative that the organization is undertaking. And Prashant is going to bring us some information, and we'll have some time for questions and answers. And I assume that a representative from CGI is also available for questions at the end of this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you. Turn it over to you, Prashant and Cassandra.
Thanks, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Thanks for the opportunity to share the pension solution project update. Project team continues to work 100% remote, and we are in 6th month now. starting March of this year. And we continue to make forward progress pretty much on all the fronts. I will take this opportunity to highlight some of the key updates from the focus areas. I will start with employee readiness first. Employee readiness team continues to make virtual readiness widgets due to COVID-19 situation, and those widgets continue to be very effective. We have not found basically any difference between what we were doing pre-COVID-19 and now. So the widgets have been very effective, and employers have been very engaged, and we are thankful for all the active participation they are offering to us. So far, team has completed readiness widgets with about 50% reporting sources. So we have about 90 reporting sources. About 45 of the reporting sources have already been covered through the readiness widgets. And we expect to complete all the remaining by March of next year. Next focus area is testing that I would like to draw your attention. As reported last time, CGI is running late in completing the contractor acceptance testing. That essentially means that the progress is slower than expected. And there are a couple of main reasons for this situation, such as the test case execution rate is slower than expected, and the test case pass rate is lower than expected. And in general, FR2 has the most complex functionality like benefit calculations, etc. So the scale and the complexity also plays a role in that potential delay there. To better manage and mitigate the contractor acceptance testing delay situation, CGI has assigned an executive oversight for about 2 months to review the situation on the ground and to come up with a mitigation plan to ensure we can minimize the impact of these delays on the downstream activities. The next topic I want to cover is around user acceptance testing. Active preparations are underway by team for user acceptance testing. We had plans to do user UAT in person, but due to COVID-19 situation, now we are planning to do it 100% remote at this point. It's a big adjustment. However, teams are doing an amazing job in adjusting the plans to make it more applicable from the virtual setting perspective. And as soon as CGI can make better progress around the system testing, and we have a mitigation in place to deal with the delays, we will be ready to start our UAT. So great progress in terms of getting our organization ready to perform UAT. We are just waiting for contractor acceptance testing to wrap up before we can jump in that process. As far as data conversion goes, team continues to make great progress in data conversion area. We are converting 2 billion records, and at this point, we have successfully converted 99.95 records. So pretty amazing progress, given we are still more than 1 year away from the FR2 go live. Kudos to various teams who are ensuring the data quality and performing the data conversion. For the function rollout 3, which includes the member self-service portal and other functionalities, CGI has moved some of the resources from FR3 activities to assist with FR2 testing effort. So that area has seen a slow progress, but CGI is hoping to mitigate that situation with additional resources and time. Now, in the end, I will summarize my update by sharing the 3 top risks that we are working with. First of the such risk is around COVID-19 impact. As I mentioned in the previous presentations, that we have shifted 2 of the biggest CalSTRS activities, which are user acceptance testing and training, from in-person to virtual, 100% virtual mode. So that's a big adjustment. And in addition to dedicated project staff, these effort involves about 125 people across the organization who will be supporting project activities such as UAT training for almost 10 months or more. Earlier today, you heard from Bill, our Benefit Services Executive Officer, who mentioned that about 80 to 100 of his branch staff will be supporting us. And then we have other branches like Financial Services Branch and Technology Services. So in total, we are going to have about 125 people or helping hands who will be helping us. So lots lots of helping hands over a long duration. And given the additional stress of COVID-19 and other associated challenges that have been described here, it's just a passion and dedication of the staff that has allowed us to make progress even during these times. So I appreciate it's amazing to see the progress we have made given the challenges we have at hand and the dynamics of the project, which is always makes it more complicated. And we know very well that it has not been easy, and we know it will likely not be easy for next 2 years, but we remain committed and passionate about this mission, and we'll bring it home. There are ongoing risks ahead of us with the schools operating in remote setting, childcare, family health issues, and other challenges such as furlough, PLP, but we continue to monitor and are prepared to adjust our plans as needed. The next risk I want to share is around system testing delay. I covered it pretty much in the earlier part of conversation. And so CGI continues to experience the delay, and we are in discussion with them to see how best we can mitigate and minimize the impact of this on the downstream activities. And the last risk I want to share is around the challenges in categorizing the gaps we are identifying during testing. These gaps will need to be classified as defect or new scope request. We have few situations now where we are yet to come to agreement with CGI, and given the nature of project, we expect to find more such cases during user acceptance testing. And so at this point, CalSTRS and CGI continues to be in discussion with a goal to find the best ways to address this situation while ensuring we can continue to make progress and find solutions that puts the business need at the forefront of those resolutions. So that's all I have as a part of prepared update. I would also like to mention that our oversight vendor partner, Graham, from Grant Thornton is also available along with CGI Executive Dave Delgado for this part of presentation. And we'll be happy to take any question you may have for us. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Prashant. Cassandra, anything that you wanted to add, or should we just go straight to questions and comments?
No, I think that Prashant covered it all really well. So go ahead and go to questions.
Thank you, Cassandra. Let's go to questions from the committee or comments. Gail.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I think the controller was first.
Oh, no. Go ahead, Gail.
Oh, thank you. I just have one quick question. Thank you for that. And I understand there have been some challenges. Prashant, I wasn't entirely clear on the delay in achieving the sufficient pass rate for the contractor acceptance test activities. How will that impact the overall project and the schedule and the budget? Do we know yet, or you just expect them to meet the metrics you've set?
That's a great question. We certainly know that there is an impact because the system testing has already seen a delay of at least 2 months. Likely the delay will be by 3 months in completing system testing. And as I said, the delay is because of 2 reasons. FR2, the function rollout 2, is certainly a complex rollout, and CGI is not able to execute as many test cases as they expected. So the pace of execution is slow, and hence they are not able to make as much progress as they thought they would. And what's making it even more complicated is that they are finding defects in some of the specific functional areas which are complex for sure, and resolving those defects is taking a little longer than what they anticipated. So it's a compound problem. I mean, certainly a complex function rollout, and the plan certainly didn't go as expected to begin with. And in terms of total delay, I would say my guess is at least 3 months of delay in system testing. Now, going back to your core question, that what does it mean to us in terms of the overall schedule, right, and the budget? So in our project plan, we had 3 months of contingency to begin with before function rollout 2. Now, what this situation puts us in a spot is that if CGI is going to use all the 3 months, likely they may need more time. We will see how it goes in next couple of weeks. If they go beyond 3 months, it puts us in a very tough spot where everything pretty much has to go perfect as expected between now and next year October. So yes, I would say the risk is high, but there are still mitigations that we believe we can put in place that can minimize that risk.
Gail, anything else?
No, that's really helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We'll go to Controller Yi. Betty?
Thank you, Harry. And thank you, Prashant, for the update. And I think it was on that last point that I wanted to just see if we could bring some focus on it. Obviously, this whole, project scope and schedule was really predicated on a world pre-COVID. And so we know the complexities that have been brought upon the project because of COVID. Although I have to say, from the employer's perspective, I think it's actually been more promising than not. So I'm happy to hear about the progress there. And functional rollout 2 being really kind of the heavy lift with the employers. And so just trying to stay on track with that is key. But Harry and my colleagues, I had actually asked that CGI actually join this meeting because I think I understand certainly the updates we've been getting with respect to how COVID has affected the employers and certainly CalSTRS. And I just really wanted to hear from CGI about, just some assurance that this remains a priority, especially understanding that we are now facing essentially usage of 2 of the 3 months that have been determined for scheduling contingency for functional rollout 2. So I think it's just really, with these updates, just trying to understand that, just how much at risk we are, how reassured we can be that we can still stay on schedule, even with other mitigations that we can rely on. And then at what point, will we get some sort of indication that we're still on track or not? And I know the ratings that Grant Thornton gives is good, but I think I just wanted to get a little bit more granular since we hadn't heard from CGI about how COVID is affecting its operation and obviously major projects that they're in the middle of.
Thank you, Controller Yi. I see Dave Delgado from CGI is on our screens now. Let's turn it over to you, Dave.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for having me today, and thank you for those questions. First and foremost, I would say that we are working against a very high bar to make certain that the project is being run as efficiently and effectively as it can possibly be. The system is highly complex, very much a long-term project. And I think that the position we're in today for the size, scope, and scale of the implementation process is very good. The COVID-related issues really had a minimal impact on CGI. Our entire workforce really was equipped to work virtually, even during pre-COVID times. And so we really did not experience a significant issue. However, especially in terms of technical capability. However, I think as with everyone, certainly some of our members had to contend with COVID-19 either personally or within their families and support structures, which had, again, I would say a minimal negative impact on the project. With regard to the testing that we're in, so this is contractor testing for FR2. This is the most complex part of the 3 phases. We have set a high bar for what we would expect for test results. Right now, we're running behind that bar. However, we are at 91% in terms of a pass rate as of this week. That's exceptional. Our goal, though, is to get to 95%, and we should be there within 2 weeks. That means that once we hit that threshold of minimal issues or concerns, we can begin to move into end-to-end testing and then concurrently into UAT, or user acceptance testing. So in layperson's terms, that low of a defect rate on a project of this size and complexity is excellent. So we're in good shape. I do agree with the way Grant Thornton and others gauge the risk, and I would rather that we assume that there is a higher level of risk in some of these testing activities in terms of meeting the schedule than painting a rosy picture that all is well. The way I would classify it is that we are taking this very seriously, but we are not overly concerned. So the good news is we are not getting hit with defects that we cannot resolve. What is taking long is a comprehensive testing structure so that we can find those things that are problematic now so that we do not have to contend with them in the user acceptance testing or even in go live activities. So testing is proceeding as it should. Unfortunately, it's taking us a little bit longer, but we will not cut a corner on the testing. If we don't get the testing right, it just sets us up for failure and difficulties down the road. So we really want to take the time that we need to get that done now. Lastly, and I'll close out, I know we're limited time, we have surged with additional resources to help us on the testing front. And to the extent that we would in any way move the schedule out or cause a delay outside of contingencies that we've had, we've already committed to Prashant and the CalSTRS team that CGI will be there with them throughout the process to make certain that we can assist with testing issues that might have been delayed in UAT, user acceptance testing. So I think overall, definitely want to manage and monitor it. We're only weeks away, a few weeks away from moving into the next stage. The defects that we're finding are not catastrophic. In fact, they're defects that are being able to be addressed relatively quickly, and we have seen no showstoppers whatsoever. And I would remind everyone, we have demoed the system 4 or 5 times as we completed incremental steps of the development and got rave reviews on those demos. So we're feeling very comfortable and confident to be successful, but definitely want to keep an eye on the testing activities.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado, and thank you, Controller Yee, for making sure that we had some time with Mr. Delgado and CGI today. Anything else from you, Betty? Questions for Mr. Delgado?
No, this is very helpful. Thank you. And I appreciate no shortcuts on testing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Concurred. Any other questions or comments from the committee or Prashant or Cassandra? Okay, we look forward to the update again in November. We'll have another 15-minute update in our oversight role over this critically important project. And Cassandra, I know you're doing a lot of the heavy lifting on this project. So, thank you so much for all that you're doing and helping us to monitor in our oversight role.
Thank you.
Prashant, back to you as well. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to our next items, which are items 7 and 8 are both consent items, I believe. Let me just check my notes here. Yeah, item 7 is the consent state and federal legislation. Item 8 is the consent agenda with 8A through 8D. Some of those items have been updated. The conference, the virtual conferences has been updated, and others. I'm sure everyone has copies of the updated items there, but they're under consent. No one's pulling any item. Without objection, those consent items will be approved. Do you see any hands? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm so sorry. Sorry. May I abstain from the legislation, please?
Sure. Duly noted.
Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. Everyone else is okay? Seeing no hands, thank you. Item 9, if we can check from staff. Are there any items referred by the committee for board decisions? I don't believe there were.
There was for the Audits and Risk Committee, an item move to approve the calendar year internal audit plan with amendments as provided for on ARM 19.
Okay. What about item 10, Rosalind? Was there new business?
Yes, excuse me.
That's
there
okay.
was. Okay, so there were review of information requests, item 10. Okay, so on item 2, excuse me, item 2B regarding the supplemental benefit management account option, there was a request for a report back about legislative action. On item 3, there was a request for updates on the collaborative model. On item 13, this was the item that we just had. Let's see, did I write that down correctly?
No.
I'm sorry, item 3. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I was reading my. There was the request for the legal opinion on the.
Right. That's
well, it's item 4. I'm sorry.
4.
It was item 4, and it's the incentive awards, discretion to modify incentive awards. It's item 4. Sorry. So those were the items that I have.
Great. Thank you very much, Rosalind. So the letter from council, that is something we will formally receive. Brian will make sure that we see that communication and it's properly filed. For the SBMA, I believe that would be just a verbal update to the committee in terms of communications, if any, with the legislature and stakeholders. And the update on collaborative model, that's the budget item in terms of communications with Department of Finance of giving examples. So nothing formal that would be on the agenda. So thank you very much, Rosalind, for the notes.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Jack, the draft agenda for November is in draft form, and I'm confident we'll probably be making some adjustments to it. But anything you want to highlight in particular? There's a lot of information items there.
Sure. Do you mind if I just check back to one item on the clarification thing? Cassandra, are you still there on the video there? Yeah, I just wanted, Dave Delgado mentioned this 95% error rate. I think we better clarify what that means on the testing so we don't have some impression that it's okay to pay anybody inaccurately in the system. Obviously not. And the system has to work perfectly to pay everybody accurately. So what does that mean when Dave was talking about that, Cassandra?
When we move from a contractor acceptance testing or the system testing into user acceptance testing, we have to have a certain threshold of the pass rate before we move into user acceptance testing. Now, a lot of projects will compromise that threshold to gain or to make up time that they may be losing because of delays in the contractor acceptance testings. But we will not do that because our lessons learned have found that and it's important that they meet their threshold before moving into user acceptance testing so that we can complete our testing component at the higher, at the 95% pass rate. The pass rate isn't necessarily the calculation. It could just be one minor defect in the line in the design, because the design can run from A through Z in components, and it could be just one flaw that kicks it out as a defect. So it doesn't mean that they're going to have a miscalculation. That would certainly be a catastrophic issue that we would go back and redesign to make sure that didn't happen. But we are making sure that they have met their 95% threshold before we move into user acceptance testing so that we can keep all of the effort focused on completing a quality system at the very end.
Great. Thank you. That much better. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, November agenda. There are two big items in that. And one is the item we all look forward to each year, and that's really Rick and David reviewing the CalSTRS funding plan. and assessing various risk scenarios to the funding plan. And it's an important item that we use over at the Capitol, obviously, and with key policymakers to measure the success of what we're doing. So that is the probably the top billing item that we have for the November agenda. I'm sure you noticed that, unfortunately, the 3 days of these meetings are literally the day after the election. Those are the days we picked. So it's an odd week for sure. And of coincidence, we have John Stanton doing the federal legislative review that day as well. So I'm sure he'll have some pithy interpretations of whatever happened on Tuesday of that week. Other than that, we do have some regulatory work to do in the meeting as well, as to finish up the public comment regulation, which would be great before we return in person to the headquarters building, so we can get that wrapped up. And we also have some new rulemaking around some issues and audits. So I wouldn't say that agenda is too lengthy, but you do happen to have other committee, almost all the other committees meeting that time. So by the end of when you look at all the agendas together, it is a full 3 days if you keep to this 2-2-2 schedule.
Thanks, Jack.
Sure.
Okay, so I don't know if we have any members of the public that wish to address the board. I don't think so. So we're going to adjourn for about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back into closed session. But before we adjourn, the last time we met together in person was in March, I believe. The days are kind of coming together a little bit. And we met, I think, in January or February. And at that meeting, Loretta Tottenberg from UTLA had addressed the board. She was no longer going to be able to travel. And we all know Loretta, former UTLA teacher, a lifetime educator, an advocate for secure retirements. And she was a legend. Loretta was a legend. And she was a woman of, she had a powerful, powerful presence. And I think of her often. And I think what made her so powerful is that her life was really about other people. She dedicated her life to serving other people, whether it was in the classroom or in union work or as a advocate for defined benefit plans. And during this COVID crisis, Loretta passed away, and we've never properly adjourned the meeting in loving memory and in her honor. So I'm going to ask that we do that today. But before we do, you know, I'll never forget those Embassy Suite breakfast. She loved the Embassy Suite breakfast. It was so chaotic. But I have a photo. This is on my mantle. And Sandy Keaton, UTLA retired. Then there's Maggie Ellis, who was the chair of, I don't know if you can see that. Jack, is it coming through?
No, you'd have to take your virtual background off, unfortunately.
Well, we can do that. This is worth taking the virtual background off.
Do you know how to do that?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right.
Now I'm
perfect.
Okay.
Now it's good.
Now it's good?
Yeah, now we can see.
So we have Dr. Sandy Keaton, dedicated educator at UTLA for years. Maggie Ellis, CTA chair of retirement committee, Elk Grove Educators. A younger Harry Keeley, a heavier Harry Keeley, Vice President Al Gore.
Yeah.
Our distinguished former chair, Dana Dillon. The current vice chair, Sharon Hendricks, and our late beloved Loretta Tottenberg. Now, the vice president and myself were surrounded by five very powerful, caring, thoughtful women. And Loretta paved the way for so many people. We miss you, Loretta. We love you. You'll always be the conscience of the CalSTRS board. Rest in peace, Loretta. So that meeting is adjourned in Loretta's honor. We'll see everybody in closed session.
Thanks, Eric, for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.